Hey, this is Tigo, and I guess we're live according to the screen. I'm using something new called StreamYard. Anna, we're using StreamYard,
Yes, that's correct.
and it is all over the place. I have had all kinds of technical problems. My iMac or my iPad didn't want to see my external mic. Why do you let me do these things? Don't leave me in a room by myself.
Yes, I'm hoping you learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, and I'm learning all over the place. It's like, good grief. Can you hear my fan going? I think I have to turn it off because I think it's roaring. Can you hear that?
I can't hear it.
You can't hear it? Okay.
No.
I am doing a couple of things. Everybody who's watching, thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you being here. Alan is waiting in the background back there. He says he does not see a Facebook Live link in the background. Yep, technical difficulties, which is why I wanted an hour to figure this stuff out. It says it's starting.
Is that on your Facebook page? Is that where we
It should be
have
on my
people?
Facebook page. It should be on.
Go and check out. Go to your friend T, right? Check it out.
I'm going to check it out too. If you guys are watching me, stop laughing at me. Okay.
It just goes to show for those people who are in business and if they're new and starting out that not everything goes as planned.
Ever.
Ever sometimes, and so it's kind of a clue to not get frustrated
Oh, it's on.
and know that these things happen, and we're all people, we're all human. We tend to just kind of roll with the punches sometimes.
Yeah, Alice says he sees it now. So, and I see it as well. I'm going to check my page and make sure it's up. This is why we decided to go early because, as Ann would tell you, you got to be ready, not just get ready. So, I tend to be the one to do this. I go around in circles. You guys will hear all this in a second. But yeah, I tend to be the one that goes around in circles and never has stuff right. Yeah, it's going. It's on the pages. So, we got that now. Ooh. Okay. As you can tell, in case you guys didn't know, yes, I wear glasses, especially when I'm trying to see something. Never mind. Um, Holy cannoli. All right. Anne,
Yes,
why did you leave me alone and let me do this? Why?
I'm right here with you. What are you talking about being alone?
You know what I mean. It's like I'm running around. I come up with these ideas. Anne says, oh my goodness. And then I go, what? What's the matter? It's cool. Yeah, it's not so cool. So Anne is, and that's what I was doing. Do you think I should also Camtasia this?
Well, it depends
Just
on
in case.
your resources.
Well,
Um,
this is on the big boy now, so I'm thinking,
if you want to back it up, I mean,
yeah. Um, okay. Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure we are good.
hey, Bruce, would you bring me that black pillow that's in that chair, please? I need to, I think, sit taller or something.
Yeah, we're good. I can hear, I can see. Alan's waiting in the back. Alan, can you hear my fan going back there? Just either text it or nod, because no? Okay, great. I don't have to worry about turning that off. Okay. You know that we are doing this for like technically 11 hours because there's a 3 hour block that's in there for me to do another interview. What was I thinking? To do another interview in the middle of this for expert talk. So this is a little bit a little bit insane. I want to say it's a little bit insane. But I want to thank you for coming out here and doing this and everything else with me, Ann, because God knows you've been sticking it out with me now for 20 years almost. 20, oh,
Yeah,
21 years. Was it 1999 when we first started this craziness?
yeah. Isn't there a song like that?
Yeah.
1999.
Yeah. People running around like they're crazy. Yeah, that was that song. And it's
Yeah.
like this is the biggest craziest idea I've come up with, and you guys said, yeah, this sounds like a cool thing. What were y'all thinking?
Well, it's just a sign of the times, you know. You said this is what everybody's doing, and that's what we said. Well, if that's what everybody's doing, then that's what we need to be doing.
Yeah, that's what we need to be doing. And we're in this program with ClickFunnels called Two Comma. And Mr. Russell Brunson has been saying nonstop, publish, 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 publish. And I couldn't think of a better way to publish than to, go live to the world for 8 hours in a solid day and interview 30 people. Yeah, okay. That sounded crazy just coming out of my mouth saying it that way. But that's exactly what we're doing. And it's a lot of fun, I hope. Our business partner, Alan, is sitting in the background. He's going to be up here in a few minutes, and then we'll get to talk with him. And yeah, it's like I'm just trying to breathe and get through this thing. So let's talk about this, Ann. You and I have been business partners since 1999. We
Correct.
started with a company called Unity, and we were GEA. Goss, Estrada, and Anders. And Alan is an Estrada, but he's kind of put on his cape and stepped in, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, and came in because we lost Melissa. So get the sad part out of the way right away. Um, and now we're doing this, and this is crazy. So we decided to do internet dial up with Unity. We were doing mixers all over town and doing that. And then we got into web development, we got into app development, found ourselves in television production 18 years ago, pretty much, and have been cranking along ever since. And you guys kept saying, oh, you need to go out in front of the camera. And I kept saying, you're crazy. I'm not going out in front of the camera. I'm going to sit where I'm comfortable behind the lens, helping everybody else get through and just work. You guys said, no, you got to go out front. So then we decided, what was it, December, Ann, that we were going to do that? Or November, that we were going to do Expert Talk.
It's been yeah, about that, I think.
Yeah, we decided we are going to do Expert Talk. And we launched this thing in February, and 4 episodes in our little studio over there on Sahara. 4 episodes in, boom, we get hit with COVID. And then I said, no problem. I'll just call the network and say we'll be back later. And they said, no. You have a contract. So you will either show the same 4 episodes that you have, or you will quickly figure out how to do more content. And now we are, I don't know, somewhere in the 30s in our episodes now, I think. I think we're on episode 30 or 31. And most of them have been done in this here little room right here. And it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. But I want to know, what's it been like for you? Because I kid you all the time about being the captain of our ship and steering our ship and having to keep me down on the ground. And you've been doing this for years. What's it been like to deal with my crazy butt for 20 years?
It's been miraculous, to be honest with you. I've told you since pretty much the day I met you that you are a marketing genius.
Oh, thank you.
Your sales techniques are above and beyond anything I've ever seen. Of course, I'm kind of the person that stays behind the scenes, but working with you has painted pictures in my brain that I never, ever would have seen. I think like an Excel spreadsheet.
Thank God. One of us needed to.
and processes. How do you get from point A to point B? So when you paint a picture, I'd say, okay, now I got to figure out what are the steps to get us there. But it's been a growth period for me. Thank goodness. If you're not growing, you're dying. But being with you has really been, I think, one of the, I don't know, I won't say highlights of my life because my husband might kind of take exception to
Yeah,
that.
that's my brother. I don't need him coming over here today. Thank you very much.
But I think it's shown me the possibilities. Because sometimes spreadsheets are only that. It's kind of like a computer. You only get out of it what you put in it. But your brain is beyond a computer. It's on, universe on steroids. So it's been enlightening, pleasurable, frustrating at times. Maybe frustrating isn't the right word.
Yeah, I tend to do that. I tend to frustrate the heck out of people. I'm sorry. It just happens that way. But you and I are both, and even brother, we are a prior Navy. You guys are retired. I just did my little over 4 years and hit the door. I regret that a lot of the times because that was a really interesting experience. And even Alan, he's a Navy brat. We're a Navy household. And I think that you being a chief in the Navy really helped steer this ship because, and you guys are going to hear me talk about nautical things all day long because it's just part of our DNA. And, it really helped us steer this ship. And it keeps us, when you get in your chief mode, as I like to say, it keeps us, grounded and focused. Me, because, I can get kind of like a helium balloon and just go floating sometimes. And you come along and say, that's not going to work. We're not doing that, and I go, but it could be fun and it could be cool. And, people tell me all the time, where do you come up with this stuff and how do you get it all done? I don't get it done without Ann. Let's put it on record, okay? That doesn't happen because I don't have to worry about the business. I'm the kid that gets to play in the playground. I get to go and create and come up with fun stuff and talk with people all over the world while Ann is navigating the ship. And then I come back and tell her all the stuff I did, and most of the time she says, okay. Every once in a while I get that chief look of, you did what? And where? And where's the body? No, just kidding about the body. Where did when you retired from the Navy, was it your intention to be self-employed, or what was your next intention that you wanted to do?
Well, when I retired from the Navy, I didn't have an intention. My skill set was such that I thought I'm hireable by anybody. But the military is such a different culture that I was at home in that culture. And then when I come out to the civilian world, it was kind of a shock in some respects because in the military, as long as you don't kill anybody, unless you're supposed to, you can move up you can move up the ladder. Your ideas are heard, and as long as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and improving things, which was kind of my nature, I rose through the ranks, and I always had good positions at the duty stations. But out in the private sector, as we tend to call it, everybody's afraid you're after their job. You're a rising star. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to avoid that, I'm going to have to work for me. You and I came together in '99, just 2 or 3 years after moving here, and you got it that I'm going to take us to the stars, and I will take any and everybody that's willing to work with us.
There's the key.
Willing to work, sacrifice, and do what has to be done with us. And freeloaders not welcome. And we've been through a few of those. But
Yeah.
I think it wasn't until I dealt with the civilian, I'm a civilian now, but until I did with the private sector and the corporate world that I said, okay, this is not what I want. And it's funny, people think that military people are kind of rigid and fixed, and it really is so much the opposite way thing in that when I was on a ship, you have to know everything from damage control, fire control, the whole 9 yards. And I'm a hospital corpsman.
Mm-hmm.
So not just putting on band-aids, you've got to know everything. So it's further from the truth. We're very, very flexible and we know a whole lot. Not just the rating that we were under. We have to know a whole lot to keep the ship running, so to speak.
Yeah,
So,
and you've been doing it ever since. And the funny thing is, I haven't had a traditional job since, well, I can't remember when. And is still doing that. So if you're bootstrapping out there, if you're starting your business, if you're going, well, I can't do this because I still have to work my 9 to 5. Well, Anne's running this ship and working her 9 to 5, and some days I'll call her and she's just gotta go because she's got stuff going on with what's going on in her day job, and then she'll catch up with me. So I feel for her because I get to focus on this baby all day long, and this is not something that she will be doing for much longer. We've decided it's time for her to come on over to this side. So we'll see if we can't get her to be a little bit more crazy, get out there, because I have been talking about you for years and people have never seen you. I think some people think you don't really exist. They go, yeah, okay. You mention Ann. Yeah, okay. And it's because you have been. I mean, you've had jobs literally out of the country while this stuff was going on.
yep.
So I want to thank you on the record for being a part of everything that we do and definitely steering the ship. So let's talk about what today is about. Today, we're talking with 20 some odd entrepreneurs. And I do mean odd, no, I'm kidding. Entrepreneurs, and we're going to share their stories, their journeys a little bit, and just kind of get some nuggets from them, how they're doing it, why they're doing it, where they're doing it, and just figure that out. Because since we've been in two comma, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've noticed there's somebody from almost every walk of life
Mm-hmm.
is a part of
Yep.
that organization. Some
Yep.
have made, and there'll be representatives of almost everybody here today. Some have, made 6, 7, 8 figures or more. Some are just getting started, and by just getting started, I mean they're literally just getting started being an entrepreneur and don't have a clue where they want to go. They have this same delusion of grandeur that we had, that it was going to be super easy. And you just, turn on something and stir, and then we can go. And then you get hit by this brick wall called life, and then you got to figure it out. So let me ask you, how have you been balancing between regular job, our baby, and life? I mean, you got a family, you got a husband, you got a child, you got grandchildren, and on and on. How have you been balancing between all of that?
Well, I think my rock is my husband, and he's the one that helps keep it real for me and telling me, you got to stop, you got to relax. But I've always been pretty good at compartmentalizing. Someone asked me just the other day, we were talking, and I said, well, she was finding it difficult to be working at home.
Hmm.
And she felt like because she had her regular shop and then she was doing stuff at home. And so she felt like her castle and her getaway had been invaded. But she was working from a TV table in front of the TV because she doesn't have a home office. And I told her, I said, well, I have a home office and I'm very good about getting up and getting out.
Hmm.
And during COVID, when I was and I'm still working remotely, but working from my home office, Bruce, my husband, our security person, if anybody ever asks, um,
He is
is
most
all.
definitely security, let me tell you. We won't be messing with Bruce, all right?
He'd be walking out the door about 5:10 after 5. Okay, and
Hmm.
he walks back through the door about 4:35, 4:45. So in the beginning, it was I'm still at the computer. I'm at the computer when he left. I was at the computer when he got home, and and then some. But it was out of necessity at that point in time, so he didn't say too much. But as things kind of geared back in, it was okay. Now I know I have to be out of the chair before he walks in the door. So
Hmm.
part of it is just knowing that someone you love needs your attention, and so the balance kind of helps in that way. Um, but when you're tied to an idea, sometimes it's just we sit down, we eat dinner, and I'm back at the computer. I'm back doing the work. So until this, I'm only got one thing to focus on. But then when you think maybe I'll only be focused on our company, there's millions of little pieces inside of that company. So I don't
Hmm.
think anybody ever gets to just focus on one. Balance is good, a little exercise like you going to the gym or for you boxing.
Yeah, I miss
Um,
boxing. I miss my team. And this COVID thing has definitely been a bummer because I have not worked out with my team since March. My coach contacts me every once in a while. My captain contacts me every once in a while and says, "Hey, when are you coming back?" And I'm just scared, you know, hopeless. Let's put it that way, to be out there. They're out there doing what they're doing, and I'm terrified because we have, close family members that have now gotten affected with this COVID thing, and it's like it's no joke. And as we're starting to pull all this stuff together, you know, I don't want to be this close and then get sidetracked by something like that. So I'm like trying to be super cautious. And then on top of that, I have a cancer survivor in my house. I've got a grandson that's just a year old. I'm not trying to bring that stuff in here, but I do miss being out there and having somebody push me because I know that what I do in my house is nothing compared to what I would do out there with my team, and they're probably hearing this or will hear it later, and I'm probably in a lot of trouble. And I'm probably in a lot of trouble. So, how did COVID affect you for the business side when I told you, hey, we can't leave the networks? They won't let us back out. We got to keep going. What was your first thought?
let's do it. I mean, we both don't care for the word pivot. That we did turn on a dime, figured it out. You mostly with your creativity, and we just pay the bills, keep going. Um, you hear there's always that overnight success issue that most people who've made it have been accused of. Oh, overnight success, and then they say, oh yeah, it's a 20-year overnight success.
Yeah.
Well, that's where we're at. That's
Over
where we're
whose
at.
night?
Yeah.
It's pretty much where I'm at because this is the longest night ever, But it's starting to feel really good. I mean, we're definitely making strides, and I'm having a good time doing it. And I love helping people. I love helping people. I love watching them, be on the show and we have a conversation and the light bulbs go ding, 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 and they're like, yeah, yeah, that's what I want to do. That's what it's about. And I go, okay, okay, this is what we're gonna do. That I love, I love helping people. But at the same time, I'm going, what the heck? You know, we are literally in two little rooms in our houses running a business that's in 6 million houses every week, viewed by a half a million people every week. And we got people all over the world watching this thing. I did an interview the other day, and he's actually going to be on later, Greg Coakley, and he mentioned that he got a customer in Russia because they saw our show. And I went, I never thought about that. It never crossed my mind. And it's because we're sitting in this little room, our little rooms. I don't think I've physically been in your house since June.
Correct.
Yeah. It's like, but we're still doing it. And then people are telling me, well, I can't do it. You know, no, COVID, and I still have to work my day job, and I need to get another certification in something, and blah blah blah. To me, that's just excuses.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, you can't start $1 million business on a shoestring budget and expect to go from 0 to 1 million. It just isn't going to happen. But you can start $1 million business with the focus of growth, with the focus of, I'm going to get this done, and just taking it one step at a time. And I think that's why I love so much about ClickFunnels is they talk about the value ladder all the time. They talk about just building one step at a time, and they push that
Mm-hmm.
information home constantly, and I love that because that's what you got to do. That's what we do. And trust me, I'm guilty of it too. I call Ann all the time with these humongous ideas, and she just sits there. She used to try to talk me down. Now she just waits for me to run out of oxygen. And she goes, okay, so now can we get back to what we really have to do? Because that's not happening. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. See, we do this, we do that, and then this happens, and she went, me, no, that's not happening. And I'm like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. That's not happening. Um, what's happening? Uh-oh. Alan lost connection. He's trying to get back in. So I don't know what just happened. Somebody,
Put your glasses on.
I don't want to put my glasses on. I want to squint. You know why I don't have my glasses on? I'll be honest. While Alan's trying to figure out how to get in, because he's supposed to be in a couple of minutes. Every time I do this, you see
Oh
that
yeah,
light. And
yeah,
I'm trying not to blind anybody. So if I can stay right in here,
yeah. Just
I
don't do
guess I'll be all
this.
right. Or I could do the instructor thing and have them down here on my nose. That's our little alarm saying that our next person is supposed to be coming in, but he's having technical difficulties. So let's talk about what's coming, because what's coming for us is humongous. I mean, we're doing the show. We got Pod Nation. We've got all kinds of networks that we're building. We're doing deals with people to do complete productions and add shows to things. We've managed to get this show, or Expert Talk, onto Amazon Prime. Yeah, I didn't think that was a serious conversation, but it actually happened. And then on top of that, now we can take other shows on the Amazon Prime. We're relaunching Pod Nation, and as I like to say, in the honor of George, because I wish he was sitting next to us, but we're relaunching Pod Nation. And then what do you think about that? What do you think about the fact that, it's about to not just be us and our small little client base? We're opening this thing up basically to the world.
Well, I think maybe initially the thought was overwhelming, but it's kind of like we keep saying to each other, "How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time."
It's a
And
big
then
elephant.
when you look at the processes, a lot of the processes are just rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
So it'd be one thing if every process for every idea was different.
Hmm.
And sometimes that throws people, I think, is, oh my God, I have all these ideas and they're all over the place, but they don't take that underlying, okay, what's the process? Well, it's the same for X as it is for Y, except when you get to step 6A.
Hmm.
You deviate a small bit, but 8 to 10 is still the same.
True.
And one of the things, I don't know if people study or not, but there is a system called EOS, and it's called Entrepreneur Operating System. And I think after all the years that you and I have been together, this one nailed it for me. It talks about a visionary, which you are. I mean, absolutely. Hey, Alan. You are absolutely a visionary. Incredible. Then it
Oh, thank
talks
you.
Good morning.
about, hey, good morning. Then it talks about, you and I always called it an executor. They call it, and I just went totally blank.
Uh-oh.
Sorry
Alan,
about
you
that.
better go blank.
Sorry.
That's okay. But the thing of it was is that there's a person who is a visionary, and then there is a person who executes. They call it a different word. And it was amazing to me at the number of visionaries there are in the world versus the people who are the um, executors, the ones that are the mind the business, so to speak. And there was such a small percentage. And we even went to an event, and it was Tony Robbins that asked how many creatives are there in the audience, and like 95% of the audience raised their hand. I'm sitting there with mine in my lap and thinking, okay, well, I can't participate in this one. And then he says, okay, who are the, I forget what word he used it, but the managers, I think is the word he used. And there was 16 of us that raised our hand. And he said, look at these people, you creatives need to get someone like that. And so I think sometimes that's the challenge, especially if a creative is singularly starting out.
Yeah. Yeah, because I definitely need someone like you in my corner that is, navigating as we go. Because I will get lost, and I'll get lost in perfection as well. I'm always working on trying to make it better, trying to make it look better. I'm sitting here now going, should I move the screen this way? Should I move it that way? Because I'm constantly creating. So having somebody like you in my corner is awesome. And then we bring in brother down here, Alan. He stepped in last year and took the shoes of Melissa and became the E of GEA. And he also is one of those people that thinks about the details. He'll watch the shows and he'll send me, hey, your mic faded a little bit, or the guest was a little bit off, or the background's not quite right. And it's like, I need that because it helps me go, you're right. And I'm glad somebody else saw it. It wasn't just me, so I can correct it. So welcome, Alan, to the stream.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm
You,
just
you,
here, to help.
you're just here to help. You look like you're about ready to go riding or something. With the beautiful
Uh,
background and the whole nine. I got this black background back here, but it looks really, really good. Now, you've only been a part of this little family you've been a part of my family for 20 something years, but you've only been a
right.
part of this little Melrose family. And we'll talk about why it's called Melrose. Melrose family for about a year. What's your
Right.
journey been like so far?
It's really been a roller coaster, to tell you the truth, because a year ago we talked about it and we kind of defined it as one thing. And over the course of a year or even less, it's developed into something even bigger. And
Yeah.
I am really excited to be on board and just as join you two brains, the brainiac and the manager, and me, the little brother, just to come on and join you guys on this journey. You know,
Yeah, I mean, you're coming in, you're learning. I kind of threw you in the deep end, and not really, you don't get that 20-year kind of learning curve that we had. And you're
right?
coming in and you're going to take over when you come out of your day job, because you're still doing your day job. When you
Right.
come out of your day job, you're going to come over and take over in sales and marketing, which is going to be great. That's another hat
Mhm.
that I won't have to wear. And so you will be the guy that everybody will see and talk to. And thank you ever so much. How you feeling about that now? We talked about it a year ago and you went, what? And now it's been, a heck of a ride. What are you thinking about it now?
Well, now I'm a little more prepared. I still think I'm gonna, fail, but being an entrepreneur is about failures and learning from that and building from the ashes, to say. But
Oh, now he's
uh,
planning on burning us down. Did you hear that?
no, 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 no. We're building this. We're too old to start over.
Oh, speak for yourself.
Well, I'm
I'm a
too old.
young 56.
Yeah, and I'm an old 52.
And I won't say how old I am, but my great great grandson.
Oh yeah, it's like
Oh
a month
wow.
and a half younger than my grandson.
Yeah. So I mean, I've done a lot of reading, I've done a lot of research over the past year with guidance from Tigo, and watched a whole lot of ClickFunnels videos, and dug into Brunson's books, Myron Golden's books, just to just to prepare myself for this upcoming year. And
Yeah.
so I feel pretty good, but once you're in the fire, we'll see how it goes. But
Test your metal.
exactly, exactly. Get the heart rate up, like so. I mean, I feel pretty good, and I think this is going to be great. This is going to be a successful business easily. I mean, it already is. To tell you the
Yeah.
truth, what I've seen you build for the last year, even though you've been
Mm.
working on it for 20 years, from what you
Oh no,
started
we haven't been
with
working on this for 20 years. We've been working on 50 other things, but we
yeah,
took pieces of that
right,
and made this. I'm the one.
right,
She's one biting down an elephant. I'm the one building an elephant. So
right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, this has been ever evolving for over a year, and so I'm excited. It's going to be awesome. I think.
It is going to be awesome. And, there's four of us. Geraldine is the
Right.
fourth one, and she's got the great task of watching me run around like a crazy person in this house, working from the time I get up to the time I go to sleep. She leaves here because she is on the front line. I want to thank her for that because she's out there with everybody else. When we first met, people would come up to me and they find out I'm a veteran and they'd say, "Thank you for your service." And she asked me, how does that feel? And now, being a first responder and a nurse, she's getting that now. People are coming up to her and seeing her in her scrubs and saying, "Thank you for your service." And I'm going, now you know what that feels like. You never know what to say, to something like that. You just nod your head and keep it moving. So she's, out there, but she's helping us keep it together. When we do our live events, she'll be our medical. She'll run that medical end. She does not like doing cameras. This is my side of the family. So, but I'm sure she's out there watching it. And I definitely want to acknowledge the fact that there are four of us. Geraldine Goss is part of this. She's another G. So does that mean we have to change the logo from GEA to G like two, like to the second power EA?
She's she's got to get on camera first.
Oh, see,
Well, see,
we put it
then you
out
need
there.
to. I think now that's probably a good segue to talk about Melrose.
Yeah, I think it's a great
Yeah.
segue to talk about Melrose. About a year, well, a little over a year and a half now, we lost Melissa, and she was the original Melissa Rose Estrada, and we lost her to breast cancer. And I'm gonna get sad for a second. Best friend. Yeah,
She would
I
be
wish
proud
she
of
could
you.
see this.
I'm
Yeah.
sure she's looking down.
Okay. So, um, we were deciding, and I don't even know if Alan knows this, but we were deciding whether we were going to go on at all.
It
And
was
we decided that get busy living, get busy dying, and we decided to get busy living, changed our direction, changed our format, and came up with what we're doing now. That we were going to go full steam ahead. We were kind of splintered before. We were doing a lot of web stuff, a lot of app stuff, and television production. It was kind of the and television production. And then when we decided to restructure, we figured we were going to structure more towards media. And Mel ran our finance side, so Ann is wearing three hats. She's you know taking care of our finance side, she's steering our ship and dealing with all of her day to day. And we decided to change her name from what it was to Melissa Rose, or in this case Melrose. And Mel and I saw 11 every day for 20 plus years. Every day, somewhere. So we decided to throw 11 in there because the number seems to be important. And then I talked to people like Cindy, who will be on later, who says 11 is huge and you needed to have it there. And I'm going, okay. I just knew we saw it, every day. So we've been Melrose now for a little over a year. And I know she's somewhere watching and laughing and thinking we're being silly right now. And yeah, I miss her. I miss her a lot.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, we all do. But hey, this is what's going on, and this is where we are. And then you guys leave me alone for 5 seconds, and I come up with, hey, let's like do a live stream, which Ann has been telling me I needed to do, and Russell Brunson says, publish, publish, publish. And I've been talking about doing an extension of Expert Talk called Expert Xtra, and that's what this is the launch of. And I said, okay. And we made plans to do it this way and plans to do it that way. And then a couple of weeks ago, I was on International Podcast Day. A guy named Scott Carson, who will also be on a little bit later, real estate guru, the Note Ninja. He'll be on later. And he was the host of that. And I had so much fun being on it. And I said, ooh, let's do a marathon live stream. And Ann said, okay. And then I talked to Alan and he went, what? And I said, yeah. And I said, but it's just going to be 15-minute interviews. That's it. 15-minute interviews. And we're going to go from guest to guest to guest. And we'll take a 3-hour break in between because I already have an interview scheduled for the other show and come back and go some more. And what? So last week, not even 6 days ago, we started asking people, hey, do you want to be in? Hey, do you want to come on? What do you think of doing this? And we have people all the way to Jakarta coming in this thing. We got people coming in from London. And it's like, I can't believe how many people said, yeah, they want to be a part of this. And I'm like, okay, well, this is what we're doing. But y'all should have stopped me. You should have said, just interview us or 2 other people. Add a friend. I didn't think about, a good friend of mine that I recently met, Rhino Julie. She owns Rhino Gyms here in Las Vegas. She's a dynamite person, and she's going to be on later. She asked me yesterday, she said, look, you need a sidekick. What if you have to go to the bathroom? You gotta be on for 4 hours. What if you lose your voice? I'll take over. So I'm like, okay. So if I lose my voice or if I gotta make a bathroom run, I'm gonna toss Rhino Julie into the mix because she has been broadcasting almost every day since she got involved with 2 Comma, and she's just killing it. So if she wants to come on, come on. Come on and be that sidekick with me. She said she'd be out there all day. So I'm really happy about that. So what do you guys see coming in the near future? I know that we've got Eddie coming up. He better be awake because I did not call him and wake him up, and he is a musician. But what do you guys think about the near future? What do you think about our direction?
I think it's great. I mean, I watched every interview and listened to all of these awesome personalities, and I'm just excited just to get to know them. It's I think it's going to open up a new world, not only for myself, but for all of us, to see, listen to their stories and see how they went from rock bottom to where they're at now. Some of them are more successful than others, but they're still continuing to go on, and they range from ages from 30 on up to 80. So it's exciting to see that these people just continue to go and bring themselves up. They're not stopping at 67 or and retiring and living off of Social Security. They're still building for their future generations below them, which is super exciting to see, and I'm excited to learn about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, Eddie is sitting in the weight room. He's backstage, and we're gonna bring him up. So I'm gonna let you guys go. And I'm
Awesome.
sure you'll pop in from time to time. If you got a comment or something, if I said something wrong, if my collar's up, just send me a message and I'll drop you back in. I thank you. I thank all three of you, even though Geraldine's not on right now. I thank all three
Right.
of you for taking this journey with me. I have a feeling in a year we're going to come back here and have one heck of a story to tell. I love you guys. You guys are family. Thank you so much.
Love you.
Love you
Talk to
too.
you soon. I'm going to bring
Love
Eddie
you.
up.
Okay,
Bye
bye.
bye.
Bye. Eddie Fluellen, is that you?
Yes, yes, yes. How you doing?
I am good. How are you doing?
Fine, fine. Thanks. Good to see you. Good to see you.
You too. I'm over here learning. Look what I can do with Streamcast. You
I
know,
mean, I'm loving it. It literally came down to the wire. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. It doesn't work here. It doesn't work there. It literally like I got it. So again, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
you got it. I'm glad you got it. I wanted to bring you on as one of the first guests, and this is our family hour before we actually bring in everybody else starting at 9. And
Oh,
you are
awesome.
definitely a member of the family. You took off with the playground, which is not
Yes,
behind you, so I'm assuming that's a technical difficulty. Uh,
yes, yes.
so you
But
are
I'm here. So
So let's talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, and what the playground is. So you are a award-winning musician, which
thank
I
you.
recently found out you started with horns and then with the keyboards, or keyboards and then horns, or
Keyboards and then horns. I just had this discussion yesterday. Started with keyboard first, and
okay,
then
keyboard
transitioned to
first,
trombone. Yes.
and Dad made you do it, kind of a thing. Um,
Well,
hey, I got you on tape. I know we made you do it.
yeah, the piano part, not the trombone part, but the piano. Yeah, yeah.
But you went on and became like an actual band member of an award-winning band. I mean, you went on and toured the world, and I recently found out your poster was in my room when I was a kid. It's like
Now, the promotional poster, right? Not the wanted poster, the promotional poster.
promotional. I don't even see. I was a kid. I don't know about the water
Got
poster.
you, got you. Okay,
So
got
tell me
you.
a little bit about your history, because I'm talking about the band Switch. We got Gregory coming up later on today, but
Awesome,
tell
my
me a
brother.
little bit about your musical history, and then we'll get into what you're doing now.
Like you said, it started out with me on piano, learning how to play piano at 8 years old. Classical piano, and learned a lot about the classics and all that stuff. And to this day, I always say, as far as the different genres of music, classical is home for me. So I always, I still do like the all that on the piano and all that. Fast forward a few years later, learned how to play trombone. Joined a band that featured Philip Ingram, who is the younger brother of James Ingram, and we've been friends pretty much ever since, like since our mid-teens. Fast forward a few years later, in comes Gregory Williams, who, like you said, you're going to speak to later on, the leader and founder of Switch. And he had this idea that he wanted to do, and asked Philip and I if we wanted to be part of it, and we were like absolutely on board. The funny part of that story, which I tell everybody now, is that well, I've told everybody from the beginning, is that Greg had promised us that 2 weeks from then he was going to have a record deal secured. And we were like, okay, fine, because if you don't, I'm going to California anyway, right?
Right,
So, and
right.
we're all in Ohio, Akron, Ohio at the time. So, and the funny part about that now that I tell everybody is, if Greg walks in my house and tells me that story today, in 2 weeks I'm going to have a record deal, I immediately would have kicked him out of the house. So, but as luck would have it, he called us less than like 2 weeks later, with Jermaine Jackson on the phone, and
Get
the rest, as
out.
they say, is history.
Get out. Yeah, you guys, I was still a super fan. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank
That's
you,
why Gregory's on, because I'm still a super fan. It's like Switch,
thank you,
what? It's
awesome.
one of those bands that you hear the first couple of beats and you know what those songs are. And you just
Yeah,
kind of go, that's crazy. So then
awesome.
you and I met, 5 years ago, maybe,
It's
something
been
like
longer than
that.
that. It's
Yeah,
been, yeah, it's
five,
been,
10 years ago.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I want
around
to say at
town.
least
We're
10 years.
we're in Vegas. He's in
Yep.
Vegas as well. And
Hmm.
we saw each other like this. and I must have been introduced to you by every musician that I know. Do you know Eddie? This is Eddie. He was the Switch. I heard that from every. I'm like, I already know Eddie. They're like, oh, well, did you know? And I'm like, okay, come on. And we decided we were doing. We had just got into the streaming business.
Yes.
And we decided that we were going to do some live performances, and with a good friend of mine, Nikki Logan. To be the lead. And when she thought keyboard, she said Eddie. And I immediately went, Eddie from Switch? And she said, yeah. And I'm like, really? Wait, what? And she was like, yeah, and we met you in like a coffee shop.
Yes.
And I sat there, and I know you thought I was a quiet person or something, because I sat there looking at you like this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he gonna do our event. Oh my God,
Really?
And,
Like,
I was sitting there going,
okay. I'm just thinking, wow, she's pretty cool.
I thought we'd get the piano player from one of the churches or something. I didn't know.
And there were plenty of them.
We had plenty of them here. There's plenty of churches, plenty of people play piano in Vegas.
That's right.
But who would have thought we could get Eddie? And sure enough, he's like, tell me this. What do you want? Tell me that. What do you want? He's doing little notes. He's like, got it. See you in rehearsal. I'm like, wow, this guy's cool. And then you come in and you guys do what you do, and I always call it the music magic because I couldn't sing my way out of jail. So it's like and I play nothing but keyboards on my computer. So I'm like,
and very well at it. Very well.
Thank you. But nobody's gonna pay. Well, nobody's paying for concerts at this moment anyway, live. But when you guys go back to concerts live, nobody's gonna pay me to sit in front of them and type on my keyboard. It just, I don't see them tapping their foot or snapping their fingers or jumping up going, woo! Because I am on a keyboard. Let's just put it out there, And a little over a year ago, I said to you, Eddie, you need to be a host. You need to do your own show, and I know what the show should be, and da da da. And you looked at me like, she done lost her damn mind.
Exactly. I'm like, this woman is crazy. She is like totally lost her mind. Exactly. I remember that. Yep. It's like I was in with everything else we spoke about, but when you hit there, I'm like, okay, she just lost it right there. Just lost her mind. Yep.
And I told you, I said, no, Eddie, it's gonna be great. You'll be great, because no show that I've ever seen. And I'm a TV-aholic because I have to be. This is my bailiwick, as my mother would say.
Love it.
Yeah, no other show I had ever seen on any of the bigger networks or whatever were talking with the musicians. They were talking to the leads, and they're talking to the superstar celebrities and blah 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 blah. But they weren't talking to the musicians. And I'm sorry, I don't care who you are. Beyonce fan I am. I'm going to admit it, but nobody wants to sit through 2 hours of Beyonce singing a cappella. They need a band. It brings the rhythm, the feel. Before the artist even comes out on stage, you guys have warmed us up because you've been out there just showing out, kind of hoping that the artist forgot to come out because y'all are on a roll. And then you go, oh, they're here. Okay. And what? And the two,
Right. Thank you for bringing that out too, because I mean that is so true. Like the band, the backup band, they're kind of like the unsung heroes there. You're there because of us. We would like to think that anyway.
Yeah.
So
you gotta have a great. I mean,
that.
Look at what Switch is. I mean, Switch by definition was band artists that could switch instruments.
Yes.
It wasn't artists that could switch singing. It was, you guys also sang, but it was about the musician, and the musician.
Right.
So
that was the thing. Everybody in the band played more than one instrument. So that's what made the switch. That's what made it fun.
I mean, that's just, it's confusing as heck when y'all come out and go get on a different. It's like, what? People be over there.
He was just over there.
Especially when somebody like me is filming it. It's like I'm told, stay focused on blah, 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 and stay focused on blah. And then they move. And you're like, they didn't tell me they were going to be moving.
That's so funny. Oh, my gosh. I never thought about that. The work that puts on you. So, yeah, I'll remember that.
Now that you're in this industry, you know what it is, right?
Yeah. I'm learning a lot.
So
Thank you very much.
A year goes by with us getting into the office, getting into the studio. We're supposed to be working. We end up talking. We end up being really good friends. We have breakfast together with us. And I'm going, Eddie, when are you doing this show? And he's like, soon. I'm like, okay. And then we finally say, yep, we doing it. We in it. It's time to go. And
Mhm.
COVID hits. And then he
Yes.
says, okay, so I'm not doing my show. And I'm like, If the network wouldn't let me out of it and I got to
Uh,
go national, you
mhm.
dang sure going on your
Yes. Yes.
podcast.
Yeah. Totally. Totally.
And you've been killing it. You
Thank
now
you.
host The Playground.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And
Thank
I
you especially.
remember
I
when
mean,
we
really.
came up with the slogan, where the players play.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got musicians coming in from all over the world
Mm-hmm.
to talk about their journeys. Now, mind you, I send you hate mail because I didn't know you knew all these people, but and we should have done this a year ago. But
No, no, not only hate mail, but the murder plot that's coming. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. That's how all the emails start. I'm gonna kill you. I didn't know that you knew, or whatever. So, and I got to go back because there's a story that's kind of funny in there as far as like the playground itself, and it kind of speaks. It does speaks to your genius, Teresa, as far as the name. And we were sitting there mulling over the name, and the thing that you said, I'll never forget. Knowing that I'm a musician, well, what songs have you written? Because because we couldn't think of it, I couldn't think of a title, and I believe me, and I was like scratching my head like crazy trying to think of a title. Go in there, we have a meeting, and she's like, "Well, name some songs that you've written, because sometimes, you said most of the time, it comes from a song." And it
yep.
just hit me like a ton of bricks. Playground. I have a song called "The Playground," and it was actually written for my daughter, who was like, I'm watching like all the kids play at the playground. So that's where that whole thing came from. So, like I said, that just speaks to your genius. And now we have this great show, and like you said, the byline, where the players play, and that is so true. Where the
And
players play.
you've got the show, and it's growing beyond even where I thought it would be right now. I mean,
Thank you.
every week I go and look, and it's literally, I mean, one week we had over 2,000% growth from the
Wow.
week before.
Mm,
You're
mm,
on Amazon Music with me. I've
mm.
got my show on Amazon Music. You've got your show on Amazon Music. We're on
Yes.
every, platform there is. And
Hmm.
then we got you on Pod Nation, the streaming network, which we're going
Yes.
to be expanding and bringing in. I think we have 11 shows lined up
Yeah.
to
Yeah. Yeah.
bring into this thing.
Hmm.
So it's like, what's it been like? What you feel like? How you are you comfortable now? Because you're doing
Uh,
this in your little room in your house too.
And that's another thing too, because I mean, just like you said, when COVID hit, before that, the plan was like to be in studio, and we're going to
Hmm.
have these guests come to the studio, and we're going to interview there. But you being who you are, when COVID hit, it's like, well, that came, but this does not stop. We're going to
Yep.
continue on, and we were like, so how are we going to do it in this new format, this new arrangement? And we figured it out, and here we are. And answer to your question, I'm having a ball. I'm still nervous. I'm still like shaking in my boots. But literally, when we get the guests on and they start talking, they pretty much take over the show. I just ask a question and they tell the story, and I just let them go. And
You're
uh,
creating biographies, and I was praising you for that because I
yeah,
thought it was going to be a standard show, and
hmm
it's not. They're
hmm
literally sharing their biography,
hmm
and
hmm
and that's it's just brilliant. It's
and,
just
and in
brilliant
some of
what
the
you're
ways, I
doing.
mean, the stories are just surprising. I mean, I'm like, and I remember telling you then, I think I'm going to be more the student than everybody. I'm just going to be sitting there and I'll be taking notes and all that stuff. I think I'm going to learn a lot, not only on how to do this as you've been teaching me, but from the people that have come on the show and spoken, and
Hmm.
some of the things they say. People that have seen the show have seen my mouth drop. I don't know how many times throughout the show. Like, really? Oh, okay. And it goes on. So yeah, I'm having a ball. I'm having fun. Thank you very much. Again.
I appreciate you. I know it's early. I know you're a musician, and I said I wanted you to get up at the crack of what to come on here, and he was like, okay, if you say so, if you insist.
Hey,
So I want to thank you for coming out, hanging out, and being a part of this crazy idea, another crazy idea from Tigo to live stream for, I don't know, 9 hours, eternity, whatever it is, and bring in 30 people. I have lost my dang mind.
but
Um,
that's another thing. When Tigo speaks, listen. Boy, did I learn, and like everybody else that comes on, boy, we all learn. You need to listen. You need to listen. So
I
And
appreciate
thank goodness you made me listen.
Well, I appreciate you, sir. I promise I get you out of here in 15 minutes, and it has been 15 minutes, so you can go back to whatever musicians do at 9 in the morning. He's probably going, I don't know what they do at 9 in the morning. I'm not
Well,
up.
this one's making calls for the playground, so we're good.
Oh, okay. Well, go make calls for the playground.
Yes,
Congratulations on your show, and I'll talk to
awesome.
you next time,
Thank you
okay?
so much. Looking forward to it. Take
All
care now.
righty.
All righty.
Bye.
Bye now.
Hey, I have a quick question for you. Do you want a professional agency to handle all your video creation, syndication, and monetization needs? We totally understand that new leads and customers are the lifeblood for any business. And if you're looking to grow or scale your business, using video is definitely the best way to go. Here at Melrose 11, we specialize in getting you the results you need to help you grow your business by generating new leads, driving more traffic, and closing more sales without breaking your bank. Did you know, according to HubSpot, having a well-targeted video on your landing page can increase conversions by up to 80%? Yeah, and up to 64% of users are more likely to buy a product online after watching video than by text alone. And that 92% of mobile users share videos with others. And 90% of users say that videos are helpful in their purchase decision making. Incorporating video into your marketing and social media activity is no longer an option, it's an absolute requirement if you're looking for long-term success. Heck, it may even be essential for the very survival of a business. Here at Melrose 11, media truly is our passion. We create animated explainer videos, social teasers, catchy intros, full HD commercials, and even viewer interactive videos. So, if you're looking to elevate your brand, or attract more leads, generate more sales, increase traffic, or build up more exposure for your business, then you've definitely come to the right place. Our professional team will develop your video campaigns at an affordable price, with our fast turnaround times, and a quality of work that can't be beat. We look forward to working with you.
Dominic,
Hey,
hey, how are you?
I'm great. This is
Welcome to Expert Talk Extra, man. We're going to get into this and talk about what you do, who you are, and how I got you to come and be a part of this craziness that we call a live stream. How you been?
it's great. It's great. I posted it in LinkedIn, so maybe some people from there will
Awesome.
go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hold on one second for me.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm just answering a quick question. So, what is it that you do? I know what you do, but let's share it with everybody else. What is it that you do, sir?
All right. So this is what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I help business owners get access to capital in the shortest period of time with minimal efforts, but maximum profits. That's what I do.
So, how does this affect you when you say that? Because we're going to get into what that actually means.
Oh yeah.
How does this affect when you're going through COVID? I mean, how's business right now?
Well, anything uh well, I guess it depends on what type of financing you're going for, right?
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of businesses that are doing well in COVID, and there's a lot of businesses that are not doing are just lumping along, and then there's some businesses that are doing really horribly in COVID. So it
Mm-hmm.
just depends um on what you're doing. Obviously, if you can show the ability to pay the money back, then you can get financing, right?
Right.
That's a traditional debt financing.
Right.
But there's let's just say, um, it just I could, if you allow me to, I'll tell my quick story.
Yeah, please, please. That's why we're
So
here. I want to share all you guys' stories. I've heard them, and they're
oh, okay,
amazing. I want to share them. Please do.
all right. So, like most business owners, um, I didn't. I had a difficult time getting access to capital. Okay, and the traditional banking wasn't available to me. Okay, and this is how I learned about it. So about 20 some years ago, I guess almost been 20, 25 years ago. I was a painting contractor. Okay. So imagine me painting your house. I was a guy that make your house look really nice for the holidays, right? Or if you're trying to get your house ready to be sold. Okay. Um, and I was doing well with that, but like any business, what do you want to do when you're doing pretty good? You want to expand, right? You want to
Mm-hmm.
expand that. And typically the two concerns that business owners have is either getting more business or serving that business that they're getting or trying to get, right? And so I was like, okay, so and what I found out, and I was in the Washington D.C. area at the time, and the the bigger opportunities were these larger commercial buildings, right? You had the apartment complexes, you had the commercial buildings. That I was like, well, if I can do that, I can quickly grow my business, right? A bigger jobs, bigger money, right? And that was my thought, right? And here's what I found out, which was I was like, let me find out how to get this work. So I talked to the owners of these properties were usually these large corporations, government agencies, right? And then they said, well, Dominic, we don't make those decisions. You need to talk to the property management company. Okay, I was like, okay. So I talked to the property management company. And then you know what the property management company said? You need to talk to the general contractor because you're a little small subcontractor. So all that red tape, of course. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So after I figured out where to go to get the business, what do you think was my first question? Right? What was my first question? I know I asked this of
How,
you, but
I mean, for me, it would be how are you going to pay for all your supplies and all that. That would be my first thought.
well, my first thought was, you, how do I get paid? Because you
Ah,
guys with the money, right? How do I get
okay,
paid?
okay.
And you know what the general contractor told me, which I thought was crazy at the time. They said, "Well, we'll pay you when we get paid." That was the first crazy thing I heard. The second crazy thing they heard: if you send your invoice in by the 20th of the month, we'll net 30-day you to get paid. And I was like, "This is crazy." Okay, because if you go to the grocery store, right, and you got your groceries, and before you leave, are they gonna are you gonna have to get an invoice sent, right? And then pay them later. Is that gonna are you gonna do that? No, you have to pay them before you leave, right? You have to pay them for cash. Well, I that's what I was accustomed to. So if I paint your house, I do a good job, you're gonna pay me. You're gonna give me a paid or give me a check or credit card, right?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna have to wait. But that's how the commercial world works. You have to wait. And I'm like,
yeah.
this
You
is
have
crazy.
net 30s, you got net 60s, you got here in Vegas, you could have 120 days to wait.
I'm just like, this is crazy because they're the ones with all the money, right? I'm a little old guy. I got my materials that I pay for. I got, my supplies. I'm putting together, I'm trying to do an estimate, and all my know-how. And then of course the most important thing is pay my guys, right?
Right.
Now, can I go back to my guys and say, can you wait 30 days when I get paid?
No,
Well,
because they want to eat. They got a mortgage to pay and
I'm
car
like,
notes.
so I'm like, this is crazy. I was like, I'm financing you the big guys. I might as well be a finance company. That's what I thought back then, right? But
Hmm.
so what I learned about was this type of financing called account receivable financing. All right, you're
Okay.
like, what is that? Okay,
I was great to say, what is that?
so that is bridging the gap between when you get paid and when you have to pay out. So basically, what it is this invoice that they say they want me to send, right? It's worth
Mhm.
money, right? It's an IOU. This is cash. So like if you have what's called a balance sheet, right? Well, you know, all the assets on one side and all the liabilities on one side. You got whatever you have in your bank account, which is cash. That's very liquid. And then the next thing on your balance sheet, you got this thing called accounts receivable, which is money that's due to owe. So as soon as you send this invoice in to that general contractor, that's money that they owe you. So that's an asset. And so you could take this asset to a finance company and say, hey, can you advance me on this piece of paper? And I was like, and I thought and I found finance company will do that. And I thought that was the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? I was like, as many of these pieces of paper I have access to, I can have access to this. I was like, and 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 more and more of this, I can grow my business, right? And I thought that was the greatest thing. So I was telling all my buddies about it, all my other contract buddies. And what ended up happening is the finance company, like when I made a referral, they paid me a referral fee. And you know what? I got paid for that, and I was making more money on that than I was
Than
on the
the painting
contract.
business.
And I was like, there's something to this finance business, right? And so, but more importantly, right? In we're all in business. You know, of course, we want to make money not only for our family, but the family that are employed by us. But more importantly, we want to provide impact, right? We want to serve as many people as we can, so that we can really help as many people. So yeah, the money was good, but I was like, well, because think about it, the small business owner, you know, if you have a T-ball team or something like that, who they hitting up? Who's a T-ball hitting up, right? They're
Yeah,
hitting up the
local
small business owner.
businesses. Yep.
So I figured, well, if I can serve more people, the community, because I can help the small business owner, all their employees in their community. If I can be the person that helps them get access to that money. So that's when I was like, yeah, this finance thing is something and of course I went back and got some training. There was this guy who had a program where he was the owner of a bank, and he was showing other people how to do it. Even though I went to University of Virginia and got undergraduate degree and a master's degree, you know more, you learn more about just getting out there and doing it than you do with all that books. But anyway, so but check this out. The thing that I learned, like just recently, I helped this lady. She had an engineering firm, right?
Hmm.
And her engineering firm had a similar situation I had, right? The municipality kind of changed up how they do things, okay? And so there was it within this engineering department. So she would do the work and do these plans, and she sent her invoice in, and do you know that in that department they said that we need 7 different people to sign off on this invoice before she gets paid. And she was coming to me and was like, help. I'm like, I got all these bills to pay and all this kind of stuff. I I need you to bridge that gap that I talked about. So that's what we did. But
So that
uh,
is pretty much your specialty. That is what
that's
you do.
that's how I got into the finance.
And
That's
that's
how
how
I
you
got
got
in.
into finance.
That's got into finance. But that's not where the buck stopped. That's not where this buck. That's where the buck.
I'm gonna have to have this man on again because he got a whole story. But honestly, you're in my summit, and we're gonna talk about that a little bit later. But you're
Mhm.
actually in there, and you share
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, yeah,
detailed story of how this works and
yeah,
where
yeah.
it comes from. And I wanted you to come by and just say, hey, and
Okay,
kind of
cool.
give your contact information and tell people where they can find you. Because I told you then when you came on the first time to be a part of the summit, man, when I do stuff, I'm calling you. And
Yeah.
then you said you come, and boom, first outside guest, here comes Don. He's like, I'm in, let's go. So how do they find you? What's the where are you located and how do they find you?
So I'm located. I'm headquartered where I'm in right now is in Birmingham, Alabama, believe it or not. But I do business all over the country. Like I just had a contractor I did business with Washington State. So, so they say have money, we'll travel, right? But anyway, but go to keys for business. I don't have my keysforbusiness.com, and I do a special master class on what I described, and not only how you get access to capital the way I just talked about, but how that that type of financing and how the underpinnings of that is the foundation of all finance. So if you're trying to get a loan, a grant, um, get an investment, how all this ties together.
Well, I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you being my first guest. You're outside the family. We had the family on earlier, and I appreciate you being the first guest on here. And I will talk to you real
All
soon.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, bro.
All right, we're waiting for Emily to show up, and the badass lawyer. She'll be here shortly. And until then, you guys are kind of stuck with me. I guess I could go and bug my brother to come in here because I don't see Emily. I'm texting her right now to see if she's okay. Ah, there she is. Emily. I was just texting you to see if you were okay. I don't hear you though, honey. Your mic's not on. It's on over here.
Rookie moves. Rookie moves when I'm doing things quick. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I wanted to have you on, Emily, the badass lawyer.
So good to see you. Good morning.
Good to see you too. You know, your show's running right now, and I'm getting all kinds of people saying, oh, I gotta call her. She's really cool. Da, 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 da. First of all, thank you. Thank you for coming on to this crazy idea of mine of doing, I don't know. Why didn't you stop me? You're my advisor.
I love a crazy idea.
In a single day. What was I thinking?
That it would be a fun challenge.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It would be a fun challenge. Let's talk about your Emily, the badass lawyer. You were based in LA, and now you are actually out in Tennessee. Let's talk about why we call you the badass lawyer. Let's talk about that real quick.
So it's funny. I don't give myself names. I kind of let it happen. And what I was finding is that's how people were introducing me. I think that has a lot to do with my energy. I don't back down, but I'm also very compassionate and empathetic. But for anyone who's followed my journey, I played men's water polo in high school. I played Division I water polo in college. So there is definitely an energy of I'm all fun and games, but if you cross a line, I might cut you. And then I was a deputy district attorney in the county of Los Angeles. So I have prosecuted everything from tax crimes to, prostitution and actual pimping. It's an actual crime in California, to murder and murder of a witness and things like that. So I definitely have a broad wealth of knowledge. And then when people are like, oh, but what do you know about this? I'm like, interestingly enough, I was also an EMT. I also worked in Congress. I also worked a Democratic National Convention. I worked for a Republican congressman. I am also a certified bulletproof coach. Like there's all these random things in my life that pull in.
Bulletproof coach? What the heck is a bulletproof coach?
So Dave Asprey is kind of the founder of the biohacking bulletproof movement it's a lot of dudes mostly that put butter in their coffee and supplement and dial in the bulletproof. But I was interested in learning more about biohacking. There weren't very many women in our first. It was a lot of really fit 20-year-old dudes who were like looking for gains. They all look like Max Greenfield. And then it was like me and a few other women who are like, our hormones have changed and we're trying to figure out how to dial in like wellness as we age. And then there's all these buff 20-year-olds who are like, I take creatine. So it was just, I intersect a lot of different communities and a lot of different skill sets. And so when people were meeting me, they're like, oh my God, you've got to meet Emily. You'll like her. She's a total badass. Like you'll love her. And so when I dialed that in as like, no, this is how people introduce me. So this is also a part of who I am. When I left the district attorney's office, I really was trying to find like the core of who I was. And badass is really a part of my identity. I don't back down from people. And if I'm wrong, I say, oh my God, you're totally right. You've changed my mind. Let's move on. And I think that's badass too, being resilient enough to not be married to any one thing. And so when I started grabbing that as my brand identity, because people would see me speak live and they're like, oh my God, you come out to like DMX, which I still do. And you've got this really fun energy and you curse nonstop. But then when I go to your website, it's like this boring lawyer website. I'm like, you're right. I'm not showing up online the way I show up in person, and in person is how I feel most myself. So I'm pulling everything in. So my website says The Badass Lawyer. There are pictures of my tattoos. Pictures of me like openly with my tattoos, which I hid when I was in court for years. And I have found a lot of clients who are like, I heard your podcast, I looked at your website, and I knew you were my person. I am sure there are plenty of people who go to my website and are like, this girl is not the kind of lawyer I'm looking for. And that's fine. There are plenty of other lawyers. There is one me. And the people who are my people are like, girl, you're for me. Tell me what it is. So that's
you
kind
have
of the journey.
specialized. Yeah, that's the journey of the badass lawyer. So you have specialized on internet. You're helping people
Yes.
all over the globe with building their business, taking care of their business, and we get into that in the summit as well. And thank you for being on that too. I'm so
I love
happy.
it. The online business space is so dynamic and it changes and it's very, very interesting. And I love technology. I love the intersection of like technology and business. I love that anyone can be in business. The internet has given us so much opportunity, but also there's a whole bunch of rules that nobody knows exist because they were all written in the 90s and people are like, wait, that applies to my online business.
Yes.
So I love it. I love
Yes,
that. I
that's
love
why.
that. I love that space. I love the passion and energy of people in that space. And I love that people can get into it. I mean, you can jump into an online business for a couple $100 and an internet connection. It really opens business up to anybody. And I love that. I also enjoyed working in like high-tech crimes as a DA, and I enjoyed working with like embezzlement, computer intrusions, stuff like that, because I'm a nerd. That's the heart of it. I'm a nerd.
I have to go wide a little bit so they can see this. The nerd with the coolest set ever. Every time I have you on, I go, that is the coolest set ever. And here I sit with my black balls. We won't even talk about this. I'll tell you all about it.
Because your studio has been closed down because COVID. With COVID, I got to move to Tennessee and I have my own office. I've fled California and I've got my own space. And this is like a little dream come true. And then I got a new computer. It's back there. And the box was so pretty. I just kept it. All my old Apple tech, you can see like all of my old Apple tech is right here. Like that's my original iPhone. That's the first Apple TV. I do. I have a full, like this is a very old iPod Shuffle. I'm so bad at doing this in reverse. This one's an old
goodness,
iPod
Shuffle. Oh my goodness.
So that's an old Shuffle. That's the first iPhone right back there. I'm so bad at doing this on screen, but that's the first iPhone. First Apple TV. I love it. I've got more up above that you can't even see.
So this is a short interview, and I got everybody to come on for just 15 minutes because I know it's a Monday and we got 10,000 things to be doing. Mine will be being here for 8+ hours. But
getting to have fun conversations. You get to have fun conversations.
But we got to talk about your Instagram. We have to. Yeah, we can get, you guys want to know more about, online business, legal advice, all that good stuff. Visit our website. Emily, tell them the website.
EmilyDBaker.com. But honestly, you can visit my website. The easiest way to find me is just to hit me up on either Instagram. I don't get on Facebook as much, but Instagram is a really easy way to grab me. And if it's a legal thing, I'll say just email me, hello@emilydbaker.com. There's contact information on my website. If you don't know where to start and you're like, I need to know this, shoot me an email and we'll get it sorted. But what do you want to talk about on Instagram?
Well, you know, she's great. Don't get me wrong. She is an awesome attorney, but she's funny as hell. And I didn't know lawyers could be funny. None of my lawyers have ever been funny. And she's got, you know, she's doing these lip syncs. You got the coffee thing. You got your son looking at you from the backseat of the car going, really, Mom? Really? Where did all that come from? That's what I want to know. What made you decide to do it?
I felt a little bit stifled in not being able to share all of my personality. And I felt like, you know, sometimes when we are professionals, we put ourselves in a box, like professionals only act this certain way. And the thing is, I found that people want to be able to connect with professionals. I find a lot of people I talk to that say, I've never talked to a lawyer before. Like, I didn't even know where to start. I don't know any lawyers. They feel very intimidating. And like, they're going to be these stuffy old dudes who just yell at me for doing something wrong. And I am much more than just a lawyer. Yes, I've been to law school. Yes, I'm a licensed attorney. Yes, I've done it for over 15 years. But my life is more dynamic than that. And the things I share are more dynamic than that. Because I do talk a lot about, I talk about law and pop culture. I talk about Jaclyn Hill having 15 different LLCs when her lipsticks are hairy. And I talk about Kanye West leaking contracts. And I talk about, you know, like Britney Spears' conservatorship, along with what the 25th Amendment is and what trademarks are. So my interests are pretty broad. And I've found that being able to break down law as it relates to our lives helps people actually understand, and people understand best when they're entertained. I remember things that either made me laugh, the song lyrics that I love. And I know that when people walk away from conversations with me or my content, they're like, I remember you saying this because it was funny and it was unexpected. I'm like, but that's just my personality. What I find off-putting with lawyers and others in the online space is when it's forced. Like, oh, I feel like I have to do this. This is just me sharing me. And it's me sharing my interests. My interests are fairly limited to like coffee, Apple products.
Coffee. Yeah, coffee. You have entire dance routines for coffee. And me being the brand nut, I'm going, coffee. You need your own coffee cups. Did you get your own coffee cups yet? I'm asking.
Not yet. Not yet, but I will. I have such a vibrant collection of coffee cups that I love. My favorite one says I have the vocabulary of a well-educated sailor. So when people follow me on Instagram, that one pops up quite a lot.
Me.
Yeah, me.
I'm a sailor. I don't know about the
well-educated
part,
sailor.
Though. I went to Chicago public school. We won't talk about that.
I also am a product of public school, but then I paid a lot of money to get a lot of advanced education, which has brought me to where I am now, but I don't know if I would recommend it for everyone. There's a lot of ways to reach understanding that aren't formal education. And most of the smartest people I know did not go through a ton of formal education because you know what? They figured it out.
Well, we got about 90 seconds before I have to let you go because I got Mark sitting on deck waiting to come in. And I want to ask you one question. If you had 90 seconds with someone who just started their business, what would be the first thing you tell them to do?
Stop worrying about your logo and your URL and start worrying about the legal protections of your business. Business bank account, protect your website. There are laws.
And that's why we have Emily the Badass Baker. Emily,
you can call me Emily the Badass Baker. I'll take Emily the Badass Baker. It's true. Not well. This is a married name, man.
Not
I stepped into
bad baker, but the Badass Baker. It's different. Okay, I was ready to put you in a cooking show, and you tell me you don't actually bake.
You could put me on the fail one where everybody fails. The cooking show
Bad
where
cook or something. Okay, we're not going there. We're not even going.
I'm not a great baker.
I want to thank you as always. You guys can catch her episode on Expert Talk right now. It's on experttalkwithtigo.com or on the page somewhere that you're watching. You can click on there and watch and check out her episode. She's also a part of our summit, and she is definitely going to be, or is now, my legal advisor because she already telling me what to do. I thank Emily for taking out time of your day.
Thank you so much for having me. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Mark. I can't hear you. Hold on.
What's
Nope.
going on?
What's going on with you, man? What's
Nada.
happening? I
Nada.
know
What's up with
you
you?
are super busy right now because we're all in what we're coining as summit hell.
Yeah.
And I know you got, interviews going on and da 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 da. I got to take a second just to brag before we get into what you do and who you are. I did my last interview on Saturday.
Nice. That's awesome.
I know, right? Oh
I
my
kept
gosh.
mine. I kept mine on the 19th. So, but I'm doing mine a little bit later than yours. Mine goes live on November 9th. So
No, we actually went later because if you notice
really?
on the sign, we moved to mid-November because
Oh.
there's like 11 people that I know of that are doing their summits on the dates we had. And I'm
Oh,
like,
really?
yeah, no, we're just
Yeah.
going to move further down and get out of their way because I'm not
That's
trying
good.
and a lot of those people are a part of my summit. I'm a part of theirs. And
Yeah.
I didn't want to take away traffic and stuff because,
Yeah.
we're putting it on television and all that kind of stuff.
I
So
know. You're doing some fun stuff.
we're doing fun stuff and crazy stuff. You should have told me, man, when I told you I wanted to do this. What are you, nuts? 30 people in a single day? You lost your mind. But no, you let me go
Wow.
out there by myself. I see how you are. That's all right.
Nah, come on. Come on. That's not true. I mean, we were both on podcast day, right? And I mean, Scott did, man, I can't even believe what he did. He did like what, 12 hours alive, man? That's
I know.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm not grown
That's
up like that
crazy.
yet. I did it in 2 parts. I can't go straight through like he did. So look, before we get too far in this thing, let's talk about what you do and how
sure.
you do it.
So I'm Mark Farrell, the jeweler, and I do lots of stuff, right? So for the last 10 years, I've been a professional custom jeweler. I own a custom jewelry company, Buffalo Craft Company, and we make custom jewelry to solve people's needs, right? So we do a lot of restoration work. We do a lot of redesign. We do a lot of heirloom redesign, custom builds, all kinds of stuff, lots of hand fabrication and old world techniques with new world designs. So last 10 years, right? That's been my world, like hands down. Last year and a half, well, now it's about 3 years, right? I started really diving into wanting to grow and build my business, have it be more than just the product that I was making, because I found that I was maxing out my time, right? There's only so many hours in a day, 2,000 work hours in a year if you're working 40 hours a week. And so I figured that, previously I had been trying to acquire more skills, right? More jewelry skills, hand skills, everything like that. Because I thought if I could say yes to more jobs, right? Or to more things, I would ultimately make more money. And the problem was that I found out that wasn't true. And so, what I found out was to get more done, you have to have more time. And to have more time, it means you have to multiply, right? So I talked about 2,000 hours in a work year. And so if that's true, if you've got 2 people, right, bearing the load, now you've got 4,000 work hours. If you have 3, it's 6. If you have 4, it's 8, right? And it's compounding. So you can leverage other people's time and abilities and everything else like that. So I started doing my research and getting into all this stuff. And that led me to the coaching program, 2CCX, right? Mm-hmm. And now I'm really learning and diving really, really deep into growing my business and leveraging other things that I'm already doing, right? But using them in a different capacity, monetizing them in a different way, using the process, the information, everything else, right? To build something a little bit different. And I'm really focused on the business end. I've got a really great handle after 10 years of making jewelry. I've got a really great handle on how to make it, the manufacturing end of it, the technical end. Like nothing about making jewelry stresses me out anymore. Am I worried about it? Anything like that. And so now that I've got that really dialed in and really tight, now it's on to the next educational conquest, which is the growth and the pursuit of $1 million in gross sales.
The pursuit of $1 million in gross sales. Okay, yeah. Well, just $1 million. I mean, you're going to stop there, or are you planning on going
No,
back?
that's just the first. That's to legitimize the idea, right? So, the first half was, or the first part was, hit $250,000 basically out of my garage. That right. Is, and that's what we hit. So now we're going to the next step, which is, okay, we've got this thing, we've built this, we've been in business for 10 years with Buffalo Craft Company. So now we're changing, not reorganizing, but we're kind of rebranding and
Restructuring,
everything.
yeah.
It's still Buffalo Craft, right? But it's different. It's different stuff. It's still custom jewelry. It's still our own designs. It's art. It's everything else like that. But now it's kind of the guts, the back end, the how-to, and that goes in line with our podcast, The Jeweler's Philosophy, and our Instagram page at Buffalo Craft Co. and all this other stuff, right? This market found me, and so I'm kind of now figuring out how to service, help, and grow that market for not only me, right, but for also for everybody else that is doing that. I went to college to be an art teacher, and I went to be an art teacher when I was 18 because my whole divine plan was I wanted to teach people how to think differently, right? And I was going to do that through teaching high schoolers the freedom of art and making. And luckily that never happened. I graduated in 2008, right when the economy dropped out. No teaching jobs. I was making jewelry. I dove into that, and then that consumed my life for 10 years. And now I've got a mechanism to actually relate to people, prove that I can do it, that I have done it, everything else like that. And then go and, make it so I can actually help them progress and everything else like that. So now I'm teaching people how to think through all the other avenues that I'm down on.
Okay, so you're Mark Farrell, the jeweler. You're making jewelry. What kind of jewelry do you make?
So we do everything right now. We're actually like I said, we do a lot of estate redesign. So we actually have a store right outside Nashville, Tennessee. There's a really great store down here, Walton's, and they only do estate jewelry. So it's all stuff from like the 20s and 30s and previous. So they carry a lot of real estate pieces, but typically with those pieces, you can only find one of those. You can find the engagement ring typically is what they're finding, and that's what people are buying. But then people want to have a match pair, right? They want to have a wedding band that matches the same style, the same stone cuts, the same flare, material, everything, right? And so that's really where we shine. We're using old world techniques, and we're using that to fabricate new world designs and different, companion pieces. So they've got the antique engagement ring, and then we'll make them a new modern wedding band, but they look exactly the same. It looks like they were made at the same point from the same hands. So we do a lot of that. We also do a ton of nature inspired jewelry, which is really our custom niche. And we are building a production line. We've got two flagship lines that we're going to be launching. We're hoping mid 2021.
So you've got a summit coming up as well. We kind of hit on it just for a second. Yeah. When is your summit? What's it about? And how can they find out more information about it?
So my summit is the Real Art, Real Business Summit. We're going to be launching the website right now. I'm putting the final touches on the website and everything else like that, so people can actually go register, start getting the parts, the notes, and start watching the interviews, everything else like that. And that is going to be at Real Art, Real Business Summit, or what is it? RealArtRealBusiness.com. And so it's not live yet, but we're going to be posting a lot about it, both on our Facebook page, which is Buffalo Craft Company on Facebook, and then on our Instagram, which is at Buffalo Craft Co. That's really where the majority of our followers and our communication and everything like that is. We've got over 20,000 followers on Instagram, and like 85% of those are jewelers and artists and art-based business owners. So that's really who we're going after to service, and we're working on building up more on Facebook and other platforms like that.
You've got the coolest pictures, though. I mean, I look at, I said, why didn't he tell me I needed to send him a cool headshot? Because I got this corporate, and everybody else is out there. They're artsy. I'm like, I look like everybody's mother. You could have warned me. I thought we were friends. You got
that's not true. Well, I'll crawl your stuff and I'll change it. How's that? Because I'm just like, that was the problem, right? Was before I started reaching out to everybody, I had to get everybody that I was reaching out to a place to kind of congregate and see who else I was talking to. And so I just started, I'm way different, right? As a business owner, as a jeweler, I've caught flack for a little while because it's like, I got lots of piercings, I got lots of tattoos. I just I go to a different drummer. I feel like all of us do, like, artists and entrepreneurs and stuff like that. But then it's like Gen Pop. and they look at the majority of us or other, you know, professional jewelers that are not doing more of the art based end, right? It's the mental conquest of the artist, right? How far can I push my own boundaries? How far can I push my skills? How far can I push my designs, right? And as soon as you come up and you hit that one level, right, the next thing that you do is got to be, it's like it drops back, and now that's your last best, right, is now your foundation for jumping. And so you know, that was kind of the thing. And it's like I wanted it to be more fun. I haven't watched anybody else's summits or anything like that yet, but I do know that the way that I'm running my stuff is it's much more, I think it's going to be much more conversational, right? It's like I'm having interviews with my guests, but I'm trying to talk with them more and interject with them a little bit more instead of it just being, you know, asking them the questions and then having them present it. But mainly because a lot of the people that I'm talking to, I'm fortunate enough that I'm actually friends with a lot of these people, you know, and I've conversated with them over the years. I've been building my relationships for the last 5 or 10 years. And so a lot of these people, like, they are my really good friends, you know, and that's really special because they've influenced me. And I'm looking at the summit as more of, you know, providing really great information to the attendees, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that's the whole goal, is I want them to get as much out of it as possible. And, but the way that I'm setting it up is a lot of these people I'm talking to are my mentors, right? They've helped me. They've built me up. They've given me all kinds of stuff. And I'm trying to present the information that stuck for me, right? That was really impactful in my actual journey, right? I want to present that to everybody else, the people that are choosing to follow me and pay attention to me and everything else like that. I want to give them the same information that I got from the same people. And that's really what this first Real Art, Real Business Summit is about. Because I've already decided I'm going to do it. It's going to be an annual thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
I mean, you know, I'm always going to be learning, getting something different out of it and meeting new people and everything else like that. So it's that present, you know, I could talk about my stories and everything else like that, but to hear it from the horse's mouth, I think that there's something magical in that too. So the interviews that we're doing is a mixture of both of that, right? It's like the information right from their mouth, but also how that information has affected me and why it's so important to present that to more people to have a bigger impact, not only for the people watching, but also for the people presenting, right? Because it's important to know how it impacted me and why I think it's so important to present it to everybody that we're going to be talking to.
So before I let you get out of here, you and I, you know, we became friends inside of 2Com. We're in the same group together. We, you know, we're in the next same group together. So we'll be in there talking Kevin's ear off. And I was talking to you. I think we were doing one of our interviews, and I said, man, we should do a show together.
Heck yeah.
So we're working on doing a show together. We don't have a name for it yet, but it's going to be pretty interesting because you guys get just a little taste of Mark, of what he really can go. But you give this man a subject and he will just take off, and it's fantastic. What is it that you always tell me about you like to talk?
I enjoy talking a lot. I could talk to a brick wall and be perfectly happy.
I just talk to a brick wall.
It's not even about hearing my own voice. Like, it's funny. Like I just, like, I'm going to go and probably record 3 to 4 podcast episodes today. Right. And it's like, my whole thing with, once I found what this was 2 years ago, I said, I need to find a way to make money with the thoughts in my head. Right. And I need to get it out. I've got 3 kids, from 1 to 4, and all of this, right? The podcast, the summit, everything else that I'm doing, all this stuff on the internet, everything. It's basically, I want to get everything out of my head. I want to download it. I want to get it online so other people can learn from it. I've been told that I view the world differently than anybody else. I believe that wholeheartedly. And I'm not saying that my views are better. It's just, it's a very different take. And my wife was talking to me the other day about how I'm very particular about so many things. She's like, I've never met anybody that's so particular. And she's like, but it makes sense. Like, when you can explain it, it makes sense why it works. Right. And she's like, and every time that you do it, it happens a lot when it comes down to like cooking food. She's like, you're so particular. And when you cook food like that, I'm like, well, do you like it? She's like, yeah, it's amazing. It's just like, to think about it and think about the things that go through your head, it's so daunting. And I'm like, nah, it's not. I got to get it out, get it down so then other people can use it. And that's the goal. So that's why I like it. I mean, I've got so much to give, and I'm not done giving yet. The tap is on as high as it can go.
Well, I appreciate you, brother, and I hope my kids are watching. If not, I'll make them watch the recording of this, because they think I'm so particular. I am. And now they know there's more than just me. We have a tribe of people that are so
Heck yeah.
particular. So
Heck yeah.
I thank you for stopping by Expert Talk
Absolutely.
Extra and just sharing a little bit of your story. And I'll talk
Absolutely.
to you real soon. We're going to get this show going, and I'll see you in
Awesome.
class in a couple of days.
Thanks a lot, Tigo. I
Thank
appreciate it.
you. Have a good one.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Hey, everybody, I hope you're enjoying what we're doing here. I keep saying it. I don't know what made me think to do, 30 interviews in a single day, but it's Monday. What was I going to do? Go work somewhere? This is my work. This is what I do. So coming up next, we've got Wanda, and Wanda Brown is going to come in. She's amazing. She's going to talk about her summit. She was gracious enough to let me be a guest on her summit. So let's welcome Wanda to the show. Hey, Wanda.
Hello, how are you, Tigo? It's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you as well. What's going on? What's the status of your summit?
Oh, it is coming together. Everything is on track. We've got 25 amazing speakers, including the Honorable Tigo. So we're excited. It's going to be October 27th through the 28th, and we're just gearing up for it.
One of the reasons why, because we changed our date. You don't even know this. We changed our date for our summit. You can see it right down there, to November. We're now November 16th to the 18th. And one of the reasons why we did that is because your summit was on the same day as my summit. And I'm like, I'm not going to split the traffic. I want to push traffic to Wanda. Her summit is amazing. So let's talk about what because you're doing Permission to Launch, correct?
That's right. Permission to Launch. And it's a 3-day conference, virtual conference for career women who are ready to discover what's next. And so we are excited. Day 1 is going to be about granting yourself permission. Day 2 is going to be about mastering your money, finding your niche and launching. And day 3 is the day that Master Tigo is going to be on. It's all about platforms. It's about creating irresistible offers, and it's about selling. And so we're excited.
So somebody's watching. I'm sure there's a young lady, or maybe even a retired lady, who is sitting there with change in her mind because COVID hit and they weren't expecting it, and they're going, yeah, but I can never start a business. I've always wanted to do it. I've always had this idea, but not me. Anybody, if somebody else has to do it, it's not me. And then I hear about Permission to Launch. Is that what this is all about?
Yes. So if that person, and I know you're out there because I was out there not too long ago. And so, what kind of lit a fire under me was an illness that brought me to the brink of a situation I had not expected. So I was diagnosed with cancer twice. And it just made me think about my life and how I was spending my time. And although, like so many of you from the outside, you have it all. People would look at you and say, my goodness, why would you ever want to make a change? But inside, you know that you were meant for more. And if that's you, this conference is absolutely for you. So please join us.
So let's touch on a little bit of your history, because you came from corporate America. You weren't, working at a fast food place or sitting at home knitting and what is it, knit one, purl two. You, graduated from one of the most exclusive colleges on the planet, not just in the country, and have been pursuing a corporate career for quite some time. Can you talk about that for just a minute?
Sure. So back in the day, I got my degree in engineering and I've worked in the oil industry. I worked in manufacturing, but at some point I decided that business was my thing. And so I went to Wharton. I got my MBA from the Wharton School in Philadelphia, University of Penn. And, I embarked on this journey in consulting. So I worked with some of the largest global consulting firms in the world. I was one of the first African American partners in the Atlanta office for one of the firms. I've been COO of a venture backed technology company. I've been, VP in retail. So I know what it's like to have a career, to achieve success, but at some point, you get to a point where you wonder, is this all? Like the money is great, but is there more that I'm supposed to do during my precious time on the earth? And if that's you, then I invite you to just take a look and see if there's more to discover about your journey while you're here.
You know, we spent, the first hour, I called it the family hour. I had my business partners on, all but one. And we also had one of our hosts from Pod Nation. He does the playground. And we got to talking about, when it's time to grow and how you grow. And they're still splitting between day job and business. What do you tell someone who says, okay, Wanda, I'm coming to the summit. I know I want to start a business. They may not even know what business they want to start, but they're going, I still got to pay the mortgage. I still got to put food on the table. How do you balance between starting your dream journey and still living in your traditional life?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked this question because, hey, look, right? The reality is like when you go to, we have Publix here. I don't know what your favorite grocery store is, but the fact is they don't take dreams in exchange for food, right?
They
Nor
should, man. I can eat well.
exactly. Nor does Bank of America, take thoughts and dreams and aspirations in exchange for the mortgage, right? So you've got to do it smart. But if it's something that you want, you can do your day job from 9 to 5, 9 to 6, 9 to 8, right? And do your dream from 10 till 2. And yes, it's a sacrifice, but here's what I found when I was in corporate America. I found that actually having a dream, having something else I wanted to do,
Mm-hmm.
balanced me. Because otherwise, the corporation will take it all. They'll take as much as you bring. When they say bring all of you to work, they do mean 24/7 if that's what you want to contribute.
I had to laugh at that one. I had to laugh at that because that is so true. It's like they're gonna keep. You can do 1 extra hour, they're gonna want two. You do 2 extra hours, they want Saturday. It's like if they see there's an opportunity for you to go further, they're gonna do it. And that's just what corporate America is about because it's a machine. It's not a person. They're looking at
Yeah.
you like a number, not a person. You're employee number 134874. In cubicle 26. And people are, not feeling that so much now, especially with COVID. So if there's a young lady or even a young man, your summit happens to be directed towards women, but it still applies, that is watching this and maybe they're in high school and they're supposed to be doing their homeschooling, but they're watching this instead. Thank you for watching, but get your homework done.
Yes.
And they go, I want to start a business. I don't want to go to college. I don't want to do the traditional route. I just want to build a business in my mom's basement. You know, what does Miss Wanda say to that young person?
Yeah, I say come to the summit. So when you get here, right, you're going to find a lot of people probably your mom's age, okay? So I'm just going to let you know. But we do have two women that are speaking who are amazing. They're going to be talking about social media. And what I like about one of the women in particular, both of them are amazing, but one of them in particular, she's I think 22. She's been called a social media phenom, but she is already consulting for large companies. So she is an advisor to startups, and she's already done a keynote speaking engagement at NYU, New York
Wow.
University. And so you're never too young, you're never too old. And I say to people who are, less than 100 years old, you're never too young to get started.
That she said less than 100 years old. Now, if you guys want to attend Wanda Summit, permission to launch, and you can find the link if you're on one of my pages, Expert Talk, or my personal page on Facebook. Scroll up or down, you'll see it. Or Wanda, where can they go to go directly to you?
Yes, go to www.permissiontolaunch.vip. So permissiontolaunch.vip, and you can register and claim your free ticket today.
So tell me about a couple of people that are your host. I mean, your guests. I mean, I know I'm there. Yay, I'm so happy to be there.
Yes,
But
yes, yes,
you
yes.
have an entire panel of experts in this summit. Who are we going to find when we come into the summit? What do they do for a living?
Yeah. So you're going to find LaShawn Hart Holland. LaShawn went from dead broke to multi-millionaire, and she's going to be talking about how do you master your money mindset. We're going to have Lisa Maria from Dubai. She is an amazing life coach. You're going to find Tigo there talking about how do you leverage your platform to accelerate your business. We're going to have Julia Seraphine there. She is a 22-year-old phenom around social media, and she's going to be talking about, how do you leverage social media to really scale your business, and so many more. We have dozens of just industry experts, guest expert speakers that really just want to pour into you, pour into your dream, and give you some tools and frameworks and ideas just to help launch you into what's next.
So does this summit, is it as much work as I thought it was? Is it way more work than you thought it would be when you said, oh yeah, I'm going to do a summit?
I'm laughing because you know the joy and the pain. It's kind of like birthing a baby,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you're
yeah.
really happy when the baby comes out, but the process, woo, it's some work. But I am loving it. I am meeting so many amazing people like yourself,
Oh,
and
thank you.
we're just excited about it.
So what are you going to do the day after your summit? The summit's over. It was a big success. People loved it. You got tons of emails and compliments, and it's done. What happens next? What is Wanda doing next?
Yeah, so you know what? That's when the real work begins, because
Mhm.
my goal is not to have people just come to the summit and get ideas and frameworks, but I want them to have an action plan to move forward, a plan and a path to move forward. So that's where the work begins. We're going to have a 4-week mastermind after that, right following the summit, that's really going to be focused on helping people to have an action plan. Now, I will say, as a plug for our civic duty, we are not going to have it during the week of voting. So it will start the week after, because we want everyone to really focus on getting out to vote.
Yes, please vote. I mean, we don't do politics on our shows. We don't do politics. I was always taught by Lillian McMorris that we don't do politics when we do shows, but I definitely got to take a second and say, come on now, please vote.
Just-
Um,
Exactly. Don't care who you vote for. I'm not
yep,
saying that.
yep.
Vote.
Just vote. Just show up. That's all I want to hear. I just show up. That's all I care about. So tell them again, what's the date of your summit?
It's October 27th through the 29th, and you can go to www.permissiontolaunch.vip.
That's amazing. Now, you and I have a little project that we're working on together, or will be
Yay!
soon. It's ironically called Rest, and it's the last thing that we get to do right now is rest. We're going
Yes,
to launch it in my summit. I'm not sure if it's going to be in your summit as well, but we're going to launch it definitely in my summit. Tell
yes.
them just a minute or two about what Rest stands for.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I am so excited to do this, especially for the folks that attend Tigo's summit. So REST it stands for remember who you are and how powerful you are. It's a look internal. And we're going to talk more about that in the master class with Tigo and her summit. E is for enroll others in what you are up to. S is for self care, and by that we don't mean self maintenance, and you'll find out more. And T is for take action, but it is a recipe that provides a foundation upon which you can have healing, or you can start a business, or whatever. So, anyway, we're going to talk more about that, but I'm super excited about our doing that together. So,
I'm
woo,
excited about us doing it together too, because when you were in my summit doing your interview, and you shared that with me, and I went, "Oh my gosh, you got that! That it should be a series. It should be a book." I telling everybody, Oh my goodness. It's something that truly I think everybody, male, female, young or old, can definitely relate to. And it's definitely needed, especially right now in this time, in this era. So I want to thank you for bringing that up. I want to thank you for including us and letting us take this ride with you. I'm super proud to be in your summit. Let's give them one more time, give them your web address, and then I'll let you get out of here because I know you got all kinds of stuff to do.
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you so much again, Tigo. You are amazing. And again, just go to permission to launch.vip.
Thank you, Wanda. Have a great day. I appreciate you, and I'll talk to you real soon.
Awesome. Thank you
Bye
again. See you
bye.
later. Bye bye.
Okay, coming up next, Zofia. Now, if you're not organized, or you're wondering how you're going to get everything done in a single day, or even get your business organized, you want to stick around for this next 15 minutes because this young lady, this is her mastery. So hold on. Here she comes. There she is. Hey, how are
Hi, hello,
you?
Teresa. Hi, Tigo. How are you doing?
I am good. How are you?
Oh, good. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here with you in this virtual stage. So exciting.
I am excited to have you. Now, first we got to tell people that, yes, you have an accent because you are where in the world right now?
I am Hungarian, and right now I am indeed in Hungary.
Wow. And what time of day is it there now?
It's 7 p.m., so it's just
Oh,
early evening.
okay. So it's not the middle of the night. Good. I was worried I had you up at like 3 in the morning or something. It's like,
No.
I'm glad you could come in. Let's talk about your business, what it is you do, and why you chose it.
So, hi everyone, I am Zsófia of My Processes, and what I do, I help busy entrepreneurs to automate and outsource their time consuming tasks without sacrificing their profit. So, if anyone looking to make either the 4-hour work week a reality or just the 4-day work week, or simply avoid burnout, I am very, very happy to help them.
So that's really simple to say, but for you to step in especially when you're an entrepreneur and some are solopreneurs, they're just the one of them, and say, hey, I can help you with that. How are you so versatile that you can come in to all kinds of businesses, not just, my media firm or somebody's hot dog stand? You're dealing with businesses of all types and sizes, correct?
Yes, so each and every business has the basic principle of having some sort of input, going through a process and generating an output. And usually, as a result, it's cash. So they aim to generate revenue. That's the goal of a business. So, from that standpoint, kind of all businesses are very similar. So, we can always look at what is the input, what is the process it's going through, and what is the output they are creating in order to generate cash.
Mm-hmm.
And these main principles can write down the business processes very well. So we look at your business if you come to me and ask my help as operations, and we will have a very, very close view on how is it built up and what are you doing to generate revenue and what makes sense to automate and outsource. And in the end of the day, I'd like to serve my clients in a way that they get their freedom to be the real managers of their company, even if as a solopreneur, but not continue being an employee of this company, because I think that's the biggest mistake an entrepreneur in business and the solopreneur also could do for themselves, to work as an employee of a business. That's not right, and that's something that would result in the long run to be a bottleneck of their own business and not giving them enough time to give the business an extra boost to go one step ahead always.
So you're not doing all of this work by yourselves. You have a team that's helping, that specializes in one bookkeeping or data entry or email marketing or whatever the different categories people are looking for. Video, people are now doing video and they need somebody to manage their YouTube channels. So you're handling all of that. How do you qualify your team members to be a part of your team?
So I also work with entrepreneurs, with freelancers to whom we outsource. So we organize the whole process, and I have usually the best go-to people to go with a certain area. So you mentioned video and YouTube channel management.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know two or three people who are really, really good in it, who understand my processes very well, so with whom it's easy to work together. Of course, I'm open to other solutions as well. So it can happen that you come to me with such a specific problem, specific task. I've never done it before. The basic principle is still the same: set up the process properly, have the good training, and then find the best person to do that. Then it would take me a little bit more time probably to do my research, but I have a lot of contacts to go through in such cases. So that's how it builds up basically.
So who's your perfect customer? I mean, you work with all size companies and all over the world, but who's your perfect customer? Who do you really look at and go, this is who I'm really targeting in a range?
I usually either for solopreneurs, as I consider either solopreneurs as my ideal customers, or entrepreneurs who have like a small team around 5-ish people, so somewhere below 10, who already have their processes, who are already able to generate cash, so sell their products or services. And this can be very well a basic of starting with outsourcing, because they would like to get rid of certain tasks to be able to serve their clients better. Probably that's always the goal. And in such cases, I can be help for them. So I think my ideal customer is about this size of an entrepreneur.
So, I'm thinking. I am an entrepreneur. I have business partners. We're probably right in your perfect category. And we talk about outsourcing pretty often. And then we go, oh, we don't know if we're ready. We don't know what we want to outsource. We're not sure. Well, oh, I'll just do it. So, how do you know when it's time to let it go? Because this is our baby. This is our, don't take my baby. So, how do you know when it's time and when it's safe to let certain tasks go and get the help that we need?
I love that you said that this is your baby. Yes, it is. And your baby at a certain point will go to kindergarten, then to school, will have their first teenage love, go to university, move away of the house, marry, and have their own life. It's still your baby, and you still need to support and be there in their lives. But you need to give them the space to let it go. So it's something similar like that in the other part, as in the business. So how you know that you want to give away a task, or how you know that you are ready for outsourcing? I have a complete outsourcing decision guide on that question. So I don't want to go really into details, but there are certain questions you must ask. Does the task generate cash? Does it generate revenue? If so, then it's probably wise to proceed. You have to check whether the task really needs to be done. That's also another checkpoint. If it can be automated, because if it can be automated, then in many cases, better to go for automation, although it can be a little bit more costly than outsourcing in the first glance. And then when it comes for outsourcing, you have to ask the questions that what are the tasks you personally hate doing? I think that's very easy to answer. If there is something that really annoys you, you keep procrastinating it. You keep just spending as small time on it as possible because you simply hate it. That's kind of a thing that's probably worse to be outsourced. What are the tasks
like if you hate it, it needs to be outsourced.
Okay, well, so it's not like the perfect equation, but the question is, I think, very, very good to keep you start thinking. So if you hate it, then chances are high that you really don't want to do it. Probably someone could do it better. That's another question. Is there any task that you feel someone could do better? And you have to be very honest for yourself. I know it's a tough question, but needs to be asked. If it takes up a lot of time from you because you are so you're not doing it in a routine, it's not like an easy thing for you to do, then probably someone could do it much faster than you and would have a better quality in the result. That's a hard question, and I always ask it from my clients and just leave them time and space to think about that, because I know that it's harsh. And also the other question, what do you spend the most time on? So if you're really wasting time on a certain task which could be done by someone else and doesn't allow you to time and the energy to build up your business and build it further, then it's also another thing that indicates you should give it away. But honestly, Tigo, when I have a client, I really don't have to dig that deep in the conversation. They already come with an idea that hey, I want to outsource my video editing or inventory management or these kind of things. And from there, we can easily start a conversation that how does it go? What are the other areas that might can be considered or not, or only we just concentrate on that part. So if you are my ideal customer, I'm kind of sure that you do know already what you want to outsource and what is really not the most comfortable thing for you to do and would need help on.
Now, I asked you how you qualify the team that you're working with so they can do the task. But how
Oh
do
yeah,
you qualify the customer, that they truly, one, can handle, having your business take care of some of their tasks, and that, it's a task that you truly want to do? How do you qualify your customers?
so you mean that how do I find them? How do I get
No,
the idea if I want to do the task?
I'm saying so that, I come to you and I say, hey, I own this business and I want somebody to do my, social media marketing. Do you just say, go here, pay this amount and I'll take you? Or do you have like a qualification form or some system in place so you know who you're getting in business with?
Mm-hmm. So usually we start with a consultation, and I think the main point of outsourcing, and that's the core, to have a very good communication. And if I cannot maintain this communication in the beginning of the customer, that it's a very good indication that it's not going to work, because during outsourcing you have to give information which we can work with. Otherwise it will just, the result will be very far from what you want, because we need the info, we need the input from you to get the output you wish. So I think that's the main point. And we start with the consultation, we start with the talking with the clients. Of course, we have a non-disclosure agreement, so that's non-negotiable. We do a statement of work, a very, very well thought statement of work. We go through to all the important points, like how we're going to communicate in the long run, what we're going to cover, what is the fee, etc., etc. So all the important information is there. And then we cooperate to prepare the training, which I don't have the knowledge of how things work at your company, but by that time we already have a very, very good basis of understanding each other. And I can advise you how to put together a training which your outsourcers can work with.
Mm-hmm. So you're part of our summit. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And we're going to go into way more detail about outsourcing, about the business that you do and the service that you do. But you're actually preparing a special package that's going to premiere in the summit. Can you just tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, that's right. So I am preparing a webinar for your summit. So the audience can watch the webinar, and I'd like to make sure that you stay and stick until the end of this webinar, because in the end I will tell you a promotional code which will qualify you to have a 2-hour long consultation for free with me. And this package is usually a $150 package, but I am glad to give to your audience for free if they listen till the end of the webinar.
So our webinar, we moved the date. We moved the date of the webinar to November 16th to the 18th, for the simple fact that there's like 11 webinars, or not webinars, seminars, summits, get the word right. There are 11 summits that are on the same original date we had in October. And at some of those summits, I'm actually a guest on, and I'm going to be competing with them and pushing with them. So I thought, nope, I'm just going to wait. I talked with my business partners and we decided we're going to push it out a couple of weeks. So the date has changed to November 16th to the 18th. It gives you a little bit more time if you need it for your package. But I want to ask you, somebody's watching right now and they're just getting started and they're going, well, I could build a business, to be all businesses if I just hire her. She could do all the work for me and I just collect all the checks. Is that how it works?
Well, if you have such an idea which can generate cash, then let's go ahead and we can do it. Of course, yeah. I'm open for challenges always, but I think it's not the wisest idea to start a business only with outsourcing. So a business needs to be viable in order to make sense to outsource part of it. So I encourage everyone to start a business. That's really, really good and great. If you have an idea, let's go ahead. Let's keep in touch. I can help in the beginning. There are tasks which make sense to get help even in the beginning. So that's completely okay. But make sure that you start your own business because it's your baby.
So speaking of your baby, let's tell everybody how they can reach your baby. How do they get in touch with you?
So just search for My Processes. My website is myprocess.es. So like if it was in Spain, myprocess.es. And you can also find me on Instagram with My Processes, on YouTube with My Processes, and even on Facebook with My Processes.
Sophia, I truly appreciate you. You know, you jumped on board. I found you on the internet. We found each other in the same group, a podcast group. And I said, hey,
That's right.
want to be a guest? And you were like, yeah. And we've been going ever since. I'm so glad that you're a part of our inner circle. And I thank you for stopping by this, well, morning for me, evening for you. And I appreciate you. You're the best.
Have a good day ahead, and don't forget, please stop firefighting and be the creator of your company.
Perfect. I thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Ciao. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was Sophia. Definitely want to get in touch with her if you're looking for outsourcing, if you're trying to just understand outsourcing. She's a member of our summit. I'll put the little logos up. She'll definitely be explaining all the details about, you know, what it is to outsource and when you need it and blah, 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 blah. And her workshop is going to be awesome. So you definitely want to come check that out. Okay, coming up next, we got Barbie, and we're about to have some fun and maybe dance in our seats. So let's welcome Barbie.
Hey,
to
hey, how are you doing this
the live
morning?
stream. Hey,
Hey.
what's happening?
Well, it's Thanksgiving weekend here in Canada, so happy Thanksgiving to all my Canadian friends out there.
That's right. It's a month before us.
Yeah, we had
So are
dinner
you
last night at
cooking?
my sister's. Yeah.
So what do you cook for Canadian Thanksgiving? What's the typical traditional meal?
Turkey, baby. Well, I don't cook. It was nice. I was really lucky my sister cooked, so I got to go enjoy it. I went down there yesterday and had some turkey and some wine. It was nice. It was nice. Good family time. Mm.
Wow, I totally forgot. And you still came on and came and be part of our little crazy live stream. You know, when I told you about this, you should have told me no. I mean, I'm doing 30 interviews in the same
Why don't say
day.
no? Why don't say no? That'd be it.
So
Yeah,
I
that
promise
was
people
my
we
buddy.
will be, yeah, I promise people we will be dancing in our seats here because I wanted everybody to know all about you. Now I'm going to go wide for a second so they can see that lovely logo and see that book back there. Let's talk about the stage door. Let's talk about B1. Let's talk about dance and Barbie.
Okay. Let's talk about dance and Barbie.
Where'd you start?
I danced my whole life since I was probably about 10 years old. And it's been a huge part of my life, community. I've learned so many lessons. And I just like to talk about, you know, how valuable it's been in my life and that experience and how I can help bring that to as many people as possible.
And how are you bringing it to many people? Let's go back a second because you're actually shifting. You had a 20-year business and now you're going in a whole new direction. So let's talk a little bit about what your direction was and what it's going to be or what it is now.
So I ran dance competitions for 20 years with my mom and my sister, and I had to close the business due to COVID. So I am going out on my own, going to try it on my own and plan some events, which of course was a big shift in my, actually my identity and my world and how I work and do everything really. So after to close the business, I went through like a really bad few weeks, very depressed, and definitely want entrepreneurs out there to know that that's a thing. That's what we go through. And then I wake up one morning and I guess I got to figure it out. I guess I got to figure out a new plan. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to start some new events on my own. And I'm also developing a series called Dancer Development Series where I talk to people who have danced in the past in their life and have gone on to careers that aren't necessarily in dance. So, you know, all the lessons we learn in dance, we take into other areas in our life, speaking, business, anything. So, you know, I want dancers and parents to know that every experience that they have with dance brings a lesson further down the line in their life, and it's very valuable. So that's kind of what I'm up to.
let's talk about the series. I mean, you're interviewing, previous former dancers who are now in a new career, correct?
Yeah, that's kind of the idea, and obviously, professional dancers too. I just did an interview the other day with a lady. Her name's Wendy, and she is a dancer, is a professional dancer. But now they're starting a dance convention because basically, straight up, she was like, 90% of my income is from choreography, and that's not happening right now. So as entrepreneurs, we have to always pivot and always be updating and changing and kind of adapting to the environment. So that's just kind of something that I kind of want to bring to light in the dance community.
So you mentioned changing, adapting, and you went through a medical scare not too long ago that you thought maybe taking you out of dance permanently, maybe out of business. Can you just share that a little bit?
Yeah, in 2015, in September 2015, I woke up with Bell's palsy, and what that is the one side of your face is completely paralyzed, and very traumatic experience. And I had a really hard time coming back from that because, well, as humans, our face is kind of a big part of us.
Important.
Yeah. And so, having to relearn how to smile, how, my eye and this side of my face aren't perfectly symmetrical, and just not wanting to go out and not wanting, because it took about 6 months for it to even remotely come back. Some people wake up a few days later and it's completely gone. So of course I was being positive and trying to hope that was for me, but it is something that it happened to me. And metaphysically, Louise Hay, I did a lot of reading on it, and it's basically like you're not using your voice. You're not standing up for yourself. And I, talk a lot. It's not like I don't use my voice, but it's letting other people's opinions be more important than yours. So that's where I had to do a lot of work and come back from that for sure.
So what did you do to come back? Because I mean, it's one thing to say I had to come back. It's another thing to actually get out of that bed and come back. So what gave you that energy to say, I'm not only coming back, but I'm coming back stronger than ever? Where did that come from?
Well, to tell you the truth, I think that having kids really did, because you got to go. Someone's got to drive them to soccer, drive them to school. So that kind of pulled me out of it. But then also about 6 months later, I kind of was like, well, what are you going to do? So I'm not the type of person that's going to sit and stare at the wall for the rest of my life. So you got to just get over it and keep on going. And that is an entrepreneurial thing too, that you and I talk about a lot, where we can't just sit and be like, oh, my business closed. Oh, my face is paralyzed or whatever. You got to get up and figure it out, because you only get one chance at this life thing. So you want to make it as good as you can. Make it good, make it fun. Well, at least some of the time.
Make it fun at least some of the time. Now, someone may be going through the condition that you had right now, and they're going, that's it, I'm done. I'm just going to sit here. I'm not even going to deal with it. What tips would you give them?
Well, I would say reach out. I mean, I've been trying to be active on social media about Bell's palsy, because there isn't a lot of education and awareness about it out there, which is understandable. It's not life-threatening. So, research money and time and things like that go into, cancer and things that kill people. And so that is understandable. But of course, as soon as you get it, what's the first thing people do is you look it up on the internet.
Yep.
And there's not a lot out there, because there's not a lot of research in it. So what I would suggest do is definitely reach out online to people who have had it, because it's something that's very hard to understand if you haven't been through it, how traumatizing something happening to your face can be, because that's what we put out in the universe. So
in the universe. And you're a public speaker as well. Did it affect your public speaking?
Not really. Our event season was in the spring, so I kind of missed that. Like, that was good. But yeah, no, definitely being on stage, and actually physically, it's harder to public speak because this side of my face gets very tired. So I have to watch that. And it's just all these little things actually with me that I haven't really thought of much because I'm just used to it now. But things, you have to use a straw quite often to drink. My eye, Bell's palsy eye gets very dry because it doesn't blink as well as this one. Like, it's all these weird little tiny things that you don't really even realize happen, and you just kind of have to adapt and figure it out as you go with any condition, I guess, that you come down with.
Let's talk about dance. Let's talk about the fact that somewhere right now there's a mom going crazy because she's homeschooling. They're doing it all over the world right now. And they have a son or a daughter that just wants to dance. They dance every time they hear a song come on. They're dancing in their car seats. They're dancing everywhere they go. Where do you start when right now you're forced to be at home? Where do you start if your kid wants to dance?
Well, actually, this is a great time if your kid wants to start dancing, because very, very cool. And I know in a lot of communities, the same thing happened where COVID came, and these businesses, primarily women who run dance competitions, of course, there are men, completely had to change their business model like overnight. And they're all offering classes online. You can, you find a dance studio, obviously, in your area. And, most of them will be open now, hopefully for a while longer, but who knows what's happening right now.
Yeah,
and give them a call and see if you like the environment in the studio. And a lot of them are offering dance classes online right now, which is so cool. The dancers can take class from, a teacher in London right now. And it is really great. It's a great time to start dancing. You can see if your kid even likes it. A lot of studios too, I know in normal times, I don't know about right now, they'll offer, like a try it, where you can try it for 6 weeks just to see if they like it. And to me, it's just important for us as parents to get our kids into some structured activity where they're learning from someone else, they're being coached, you learn how to be on a team, you learn constructive criticism, you learn how to get back up and try again, things like that. So I encourage, obviously I know dance and that's how I grew up and and that's my life, but any structured activity like that is 100% every penny and every minute of your time driving back and forth.
I never thought about that. I never thought about classes at home. I never thought about having the opportunity to really take a class, even in another country, because of the internet. And that's like super, super cool. I'm sitting here going, wow, that's cool. I can't wait for my grandson to get a little bit bigger. Maybe he'll want to dance. So before I let you get out of here, I definitely have a couple other questions, but I want people to know how to find you. So how do they find you?
So my new dance events and dance project is called b1dance.com, the number one, b1dance.com, and barbiewharton.com.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's really good. I'm on Instagram and all the places, and I love to chat about, all the things. But Bell's palsy,
all the things. So when are you starting your series? When does the series start coming out? Do you know yet?
No, because what I want to make sure that the videos are all ready. So I'm just kind of doing interviews as they come up. And as you know, I want to make sure that the individuals are right and, that they're a good fit and the videos are good, especially at the beginning. So I'll put it out when it's ready and good enough, basically. So it's coming.
I tell you all the time, you are a super mompreneur. I tell everybody that our super mompreneur is a part of our summit, and she's coming in and she's going to talk about business and she talks about dance and she's so much fun, and that is definitely you. But I've never asked you, what do you do for fun when you're not being creative and dance and all that?
I talk to you.
Oh, well, done. All right, that's cool. Yeah, we've been talking all the time here lately.
I enjoy being social and being out with, friends. And yesterday I went for a nice walk outside with my girlfriend. It's a beautiful, day here. I enjoy essential oils. I hang out with my kids when they have teenagers. So whenever they will hang out with me, My partner Trevor, he's awesome. I have a new puppy, so I play with her. Yeah, but
I
mostly,
haven't seen the new puppy.
her on the show. She's crazy. Yeah, she's really fun. So, just out and about. But my partner Trev's an entrepreneur as well. So we really do actually enjoy working in businesses and talking about stuff like that. It's really fun for us.
So let's tell them again how to get in touch with you. I want to thank you so much for yet again, when I call, you come, and I'm so happy for that. How do they find you? What's the best way to reach you?
BarbieWharton.com and b1dance.com. And I'd love to see anybody there. And especially if there is anybody listening who is going through Bell's palsy, make sure you hit me up on Facebook, because I'd love to be there and support you as well.
I thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for being part of this journey with us and being a part of our inner circle. I know I'll come up with something else that's crazy, and you'll get another email saying, what are you doing on Tuesday? I appreciate you, and I'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Thanks, Tigo.
Bye-bye. Hi, are you a business owner, an entrepreneur, or starting your own business and wish you had an opportunity to sit down with an expert in your field? Well, check your local listings and watch Expert Talk with Tigo. I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you very soon. Okay, coming up next, this young lady, I met her in a podcast room as well. In case you guys haven't figured this out, if you're in business and you're trying to make connections, one of the best ways to make connections now is join groups on the internet. Join groups that have like things in common. If you're starting a podcast, join podcast groups. If you're trying to be a chef, join, cooking groups and learn about recipes and share all that stuff. So I met this young lady, Cindy, and she sent me her bio, and I said, you do what with numbers, and how does that work, and what does that have to do with my business? And she came on the show, and you can check it at Expert Talk with Tigo. She came on the show and just blew me away. And she's also a member of our summit. I want to welcome her to our wonderful live stream. Hey, Cindy, what's happening?
Oh my gosh, Tigo, I'm so excited to be here.
I'm so excited to have you here. So what's going on with you? You're not moved yet, because we're going through the whole move thing. We're kind of vicariously living through your life. So.
Right? I'm hanging out at my mom's house. She's away, so I kind of stole her house for a week.
So when's the party? I'll be over.
Well, I came down with a head cold over the weekend, so you might not want to come over.
Yeah, I'm not coming over. That's not happening. You know me, I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to go to the grocery store during COVID, so I'm definitely not coming to Canada? Yeah, no, that's not even driving there. And I believe the borders are closed to us. They got a sign that says we are not welcome. So I couldn't crawl in if I wanted to, not with these bad knees.
No.
So let's talk about numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, quantum I can never say it.
Quantum numerologist.
See, I need to go back.
You can just call me the numbers girl.
She's a numbers girl. I immediately hear the after school special the minute I see you come up on the screen. It's like 3, 6, 9, 12, 18. Yeah, it goes right through my head. So tell me share with us, for the people that don't know, what is a quantum numerologist?
Well, that's an interesting and loaded question. But numerology is nothing but a mathematical code. So when we look at everything is energy on the planet. We are energy. The things around us are energy. Everything has a vibrational frequency to it. And that vibrational frequency can be measured using a mathematical code. Mm-hmm. So as a quantum numerologist, there's many different layers that I can dive into and look at. But for simplicity's sake, I use your date of birth. And from that date of birth, I can tell you a lot about the foundation of your personality, who you are, how you best show up in the world, and how to really move that out so that you can stay in alignment and make the best choices for you when it comes to your business.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. She just went through that
Well, I am an expert at it.
You are an expert at it. And when you were on the show as a guest, and like I said, you guys can check out her interview. I'll show you where the web address is. You can check out our interview on Expert Talk with Tigo. When you were a guest on the show, you came along and you said, if you give me your birthday, I'm like, okay, now she's going to sell me something. If you give me your birthday, I can do this thing. And I went, what is she doing? But I gave you my birthday and you set up this meeting call. And sure enough, you told me things that I know you couldn't have gotten from a family member because most of my family is gone. I have a wonderful uncle who's probably watching right now, but I know he didn't talk to you. And I've got cousins and I know they didn't talk to you. So tell me why the birthday is so important. And then I remember, see, I'm learning. I've got this numerology thing down for like numerology 101 -2.
That's right.
About the code that you're born with. Let's just talk about those two things real quick.
Yeah, so your date of birth kind of gives us this pinpoint where we can look at that mathematical code. Now, the math is really complicated. It's beyond my understanding. It is quantum physics mathematics that we're looking at. And so for simplicity's sake, like I said, we just use that date of birth. So we take the month, the day, and the year, and we break those numbers down and we just add them together and it creates a number. And that number tells us so much about that pinpoint of when you were born. So it kind of gives us a starting point into all of the math because there's so many different layers that we could, there's a lot of rabbit holes we could dive down. But again, we want to keep it simple, and especially for when I meet people like you who've had no experience with this before, I don't want to overwhelm you with all the things, right? And even that report that I delivered to you, you were like, wait, what?
Right. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, what does that mean? Did you freeze? Or is it
Nope.
me? Okay. So what does that mean? That code. I mean, they didn't put a barcode on my butt when I was born. You know, my grandson, I checked him from head to toe. He has no barcode on his butt, even in this day and age. So what does that mean when you say you're born with a code? How do you know where it's at? What is it?
It's a mathematical code, a quantum code. It's not easy to just define what that code is, but I look at it as a quantum code, your energetic code. So we are electromagnetic beings, and we have a torus field that runs around us. That field, HeartMath Institute can measure this field 9 meters outside the body. I think that's 27 feet for Americans. So that's a pretty big circumference that's around you that can be measured using solid science. In that field, you have this, what I call a quantum code that is fully mathematical. Does that help?
No, I'm kidding. Yes, it helps a lot. It really, really does help. So how does that, because I actually, we changed our summit date and I'm going to put up the dates because we pushed it back.
Yes,
but because the reason we pushed it back, I mentioned it earlier, there are several people that have their summits and have events on the same dates, and we just didn't want to be a competition with them. And because I'm actually a guest on their events, I didn't want to compete with what was going on with my friends' events. So we moved it down to November 16th and 17th. But before we did that, I actually reached out to you and said, okay, math, number, genius lady, we need dates. And you went, okay, no problem. And told me a bunch of stuff, sent me a text message. I immediately sent it to Ann, who understood it. And I said, okay, we're going to pick a date. You told me you would figure it out. She figured it out. And we picked the 16th through the 18th of November. And you said those dates are perfect. Why are those dates perfect?
Well, there was a few different things that I look at. And so just like we can predict the weather, we can predict the stock market, we can also predict the energetic forces that are around us as we navigate our day to day. And that's one of my favorite things to do is this forecasting. So I can look ahead and I can look at each of the day energy. So each, just like every person carries a code, so does every day of the week. And so I can look at that energy. I can look at the monthly energy and the yearly energy. I was also looking at Mercury retrograde. That's a whole different topic.
Yes, but you got to those two words and I went, what? Okay.
But I'm looking at all of this information and just determining based on the energy that you want to put forward with the summit, the energy of the people that are coming into the summit, the intention behind the summit, and looking at the energetic code of the dates you chose to make sure that they're in alignment and are going to be supportive of that intention.
See, this is why I sent this to Ann. Because she reads all this, she understands it, she tried to break it down for me. I'm a computer geek. What do I know? I'm a computer geek that just so happens to sit on screens all the time here lately. But you break this down even further, and you in our summit that's coming up, you really go in on how to explain it. Believe me, you guys, I'm actually better now than I was before we did those interviews.
Yeah.
But you also have a program that you're putting together right now, right?
Yes.
So what's the program?
Yeah, so there's a free offer for those of you who are just kind of wanting to explore it and get to know it. And in that freebie, I'm actually teaching you how to calculate that monthly and daily energy. So you get a calendar, you can do the math yourself. It's not hard math. Trust me, I hated math when I was in high school. It's the easiest math ever. And I'm going to break that down so that you can calculate the monthly and daily energy for yourself and get to know what that rhythm feels like as you go throughout your month. And you can start to utilize the energy of each day to leverage that for your success. I also give you kind of a brief overview of what all the numbers mean, so you're not just winging it. You'll have a clue as to what each day number means, in a sense. Obviously, I'm not going to share everything because it's a very intuitive science. But from that freebie, you'll get a very clear sense of your rhythm throughout the month. From there, you have the opportunity to join the Self-Mastery Sandbox. And this is where you're going to discover all of the pieces of you, the foundation of your personality. It is a 6-week course based on the 6 stages of universal transformation. It will give you all of the pieces of numerology that you will get a very clear understanding of who you are, how you show up in the world, and if you're in alignment with that. And then from there, you get to join the Prosperity Playground, which is a membership program where you get access to me. There's Q&A sessions, so all the questions that you're going to have about the numbers, you can come to those Q&A sessions and pick my brain. And there's all sorts of new moon, full moon readings, lots of forecasting in that group as well. And then it goes from there into wealth activation and all sorts of different things.
So, before you guys write me and say, what is she talking about? 1, your first homework assignment, go back and watch the Expert Talk interview on Expert Talk with Tigo. Start there. Then, come to the summit in November. It's 16th, 17th, 18th because, between her and Ann, they picked the perfect days. All I know is the day after my birthday, so I didn't have to work the weekend. That's all I care about. 3, if you can't wait until November because it's a month from now and you really, really want to know, how do they get in touch with you, Cindy?
They can find me on Facebook. I'm all over Facebook. I also have my own podcast, Rebel Radio. And you can email me, info@cindyvanarnum.com.
Say that one more time.
info@cindyvanarnum.com.
There you go.
Which is also my website.
Let's talk about Rebel Radio real quick because you got to go, I know. Tell me about your podcast, when it airs, and what's it all about.
So it airs every Monday on the podcast on Mondays at 10 a.m. Pacific. It is a podcast for emerging entrepreneurs. We talk about self-mastery. We talk about numerology. We talk about what it takes to be an entrepreneur in the online space. So definitely all of the guest interviews, all of those pieces. It is Rebel Radio, so it's not edited. It is what it is, and it's a beautiful thing. F-bombs get dropped, so it's not safe for work. But it is a lot of fun.
The headset.
Well, that's right.
The headset's before.
That's right.
So let's wait before I let you go. We're talking about Rebel. We got to talk about you're coming into the nation. You're coming into Pod Nation, right?
Woo!
Yeah, you're going to bring in how many seasons are you bringing in?
So far, there's 3 seasons, and it's just going to keep going.
So see now, before you guys write me, look, you go watch the show. Then you come to the summit. In between that, you can contact her directly all over social media. That's how I found her. or you can very soon see her on Pod Nation TV, on Roku and Amazon Fire. We're everywhere, just about everywhere in the world. So there's no reason why you can't connect with Cindy. And then you guys understand the number thing a little bit better than I do, and give Ann a little help, because I kind of go to her like I'm in a different country and I don't speak the language. I talk to Cindy and then I call her and go, this is what she said. Break it down for me in English. And she goes, it's exactly what she said. What's the problem? And I'm like, I gotta be missing something. It can't be that easy.
It is that easy.
Wow. You are the best. I hope you feel better. Thank you for coming and joining us on our little journey as we get ready to venture forward yet again into a new journey of Pod Nation TV. And having your show, The Rebel, Rebel being on there is going to be like, yeah, that's going to be awesome. And you're going to bring new content on there as well. So that's going to be the bomb. You are the best. Thank you for being part of our inner circle. And I will talk to you soon.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
Okay, if you happen to have a schedule, and I don't think very many people do because I put this together really, really quickly, but if you do, Matt and Carrico was supposed to be coming up next, but I got a text message saying that he is down for the count today, so he will not be joining us. So we are going to come back after this break with my business partners, Ann and Alan, and we're going to talk about Pod Nation and a couple other things that are coming up. So sit right there. We'll be right back. There they are. They came in. Yay. Hey, what's happening?
Hello.
Are you guys over there having breakfast and all that stuff while I'm over here sitting here starving?
Nope.
No, I'm watching the show.
So what do you think of the show so far?
I think it's great.
Awesome. What do you think, Ann?
The pieces that I've caught, awesome. I still working my day job, remember?
Yeah, I know. She's still working her day job. She's right. Every once in a while I see her run past the screen. She's like, I'm running. I'll be back. So we've had some really good guests. I think we're a third in for our guest total. We got probably 20 more to go. And I think it's turning out pretty well. I mean, I'm getting some text messages and some Instagram messages saying people are enjoying it. We'll probably do something similar to this again. We're not doing 8 hours. No, but we will do something similar to this again. So what do you guys think about us inviting these wonderful shows like Cindy, who just left, into Pod Nation? I mean, we're about to launch this thing in honor of George, and I got to reach out to George. We're about to launch this thing to the orbit, I think, bringing these people in. What do you think?
I think it's going to be awesome. Give a platform where we have so many varied topics and presenters who are just, out in the stars, in the realms that the interest level should be incredible.
Yeah, I think so too. And the cool thing is that, like you said, there's so many different topics. It's not just business, which is, what we pretty much specialize in, the media and things like that. We've got, real estate people coming in. We've got quantum numerologists. Cindy, did you hear that? I don't know where you're at, but I said it right, I think. We've got quantum numerologists. We've got, people with all different kinds of services and businesses that happen to have a podcast, including entertainers that are going to be coming in and sharing their knowledge and sharing their guests with us in one space called Pod Nation. Mm-hmm. So what do you guys want to do next? What are we going to do for, because we got to do bigger. We can't do 8 hours of this. I mean, I'm having fun, but nobody wants to look at my face for 8 hours.
Says who?
This face.
I think you're doing great.
Sounds awesome.
Alan, you got a hobby that I'm assuming you're about to pick up because you're in Vegas right now, but you're really from San Jose. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Zach. They're out there somewhere, I'm sure. You have a hobby of riding your bike a ridiculous amount of miles. Why do you do that?
Well, mostly it's camaraderie. A lot of the guys, we ride the train together. We have the same schedule. And San Jose is 60 miles roughly to San Francisco. And so a lot of us guys will travel to San Francisco for work, and we'll jump off about 25, 30 miles before our trip ends off the train, and then we'll just ride together on the way home. And it's fun, mostly for exercise, right? But there's also a little competition involved, and a little bit of ribbing, and we'll also get together for some beer afterwards. So it's really nice after a day of office work to get together with your buddies and just, ride for an hour. And
see, I thought this was health and wellness. He's drinking.
Hey,
this isn't health and wellness. He's drinking.
You have to die happy. Okay. You don't want to die in front of the TV. You might as well, get something out of it.
I am so glad you're a business partner and you're part of this craziness, because you really do keep Melissa alive, because that's a family like sense of humor, because that would be the comment that she would say if she was here. She's like, what? You got to die happy. So I'm sure she's somewhere going, yep, that's my brother. That's my brother. So
I'm the older brother, so she learned it from me.
Oh, yeah, here comes the fight. All right, here comes the fight. Now, wait 1 second. So here we go. I got a question for you. Myron Golden is coming up. Okay. I think he's later in the afternoon. Not only is he a genius entrepreneur, not only is he an instructor, he speaks from the live stages, but this man is a beast on the golf course. And I kind of threw you into the cage with him.
Yes,
and
did.
Not only did I throw you in the cage, but I kind of told him you were going to skunk him. So what's our battle, and what are we doing? Come on, we got to be ready.
Well, I haven't played golf in a while, so I'm going to have to get out there and, work on the short game and give him a run for his money. So we'll see what happens. He may have to spot me a few strokes there.
That's not, the man could be watching right now. That's not confidence. We can't. No, we got. This is Trash Man, the Cash Man.
We are whooping up on the Trash Man, guaranteed.
There it is. Trash Man. He's coming for you.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. He's coming for you. You got to represent, brother. Get out there.
All right.
So, and I know people have asked me before. They ask me all the time, are we hiring? And right now, we send stuff out when we need to, but we're pretty much a self-contained unit right now. But you have told me that I have to get out of the way. We have to bring in other creatives. We got to bring in other people to take some of the stuff off of our plate, because the plate has turned into, it makes Thanksgiving dinner look like a snack at, a fast food restaurant. How are we going to hire these people? I know we got Sophia, so she's definitely going to be there to help us with outsourcing. That's going to be awesome. But we have some internal stuff that we just can't outsource. We're going to have to hire people. You're putting a process together. How are we going to do this? And do I have to be in the room when we do it?
Well, maybe not necessarily. The process is more culture driven.
Okay.
Resumes are will be accepted. You're going to have to do a video. They're going to have to answer what their values are. If they're just looking for a 9 to 5, they can find that somewhere else.
Yeah, because we're definitely not 9 to 5.
we are such a hybrid of skill sets that we need a culture of people that, one, have to buy in big time to who we are and where we're going. They have to be able to live it and feel it and project it back. So culture is probably at the top of the list. So it's not, do you have 5 years of this and 6 years of this or 2 years of that? It's here's a project, here's the end goal. Now you go do it, especially for some of the stuff that you're going to want for some of these technical skills. It's not just don't tell me what your certifications are. That's not going to cut it with us. The proof is in the pudding. And these people will represent. So culture is at the very top of that. You'll be in the room in the respect that you, I, and Alan will do before they even put in an application. They will be watching a video saying, this is who we are. This is what we're about. Here are our core values. If you're this, this, or this, don't apply. But if you're this, please follow the instructions. And how a person follows instruction tells a whole lot about a person. I've been in the business world for over 50 years. I don't repeat that.
So recording now, we got it.
It's on the internet.
Yeah, there now. So I've seen just about everything that there is to see out there. Not that I can't be surprised, but culture and values, and so they'll be seeing that, and then they'll have to present to us, and their life depended on it because the life of our company depends.
And we're not going to be just looking for people that are here in Las Vegas, even though we're here. No. Alan's here temporarily. He'll be going back to San Jose, but we're going to be looking for people all over the world. That's just what they specialize in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm getting to the point now where I got to start letting the baby, grow up. And I'm watching the grandson, he went from this little guy with his clothes too big to now he's running around and telling everybody no. And you try to hug him and he goes, no, I'm not feeling that right now. And I'm going, that baby's growing up. This business baby needs to grow up too. So I'm trying to get out of the way. So brother, you actually are going to be taking over marketing and sales, and you're learning this because you're an architect. You have a great personality for this, which is what I told you, I think, in a buffet with mom and dad. But you are going to be awesome. And we're putting together programs and everything so you can build your team as well, correct?
Yes. So I'm not an architect. I'm a designer for a structural concrete firm, basically, a design firm. So I am coming in to a new market, basically, to do marketing for our company. And so there's a bunch of homework I have been given, and I'm still learning stuff every day. But I'm sure under Tigo and Ann guidance, we'll get this all worked out, and we'll become successful for sure.
Oh yeah, because definitely you're gonna be out there. I'm not. I'm gonna hide in the back now when we start doing live events. They're not even gonna see me until it's time to go out on stage. I'm enjoying this thing on the other side of the camera, not having to run around and do all that kind of stuff. So let's talk about family. My family, my wife's downstairs and trying to keep everything moving and trucking like she does ever so well. But I'm a little crazy. And I start working at 7 a.m. and sometimes, the sun catches me. I don't go to bed and I'm not traditionally focused. And, one day you go to bed and we're doing one thing and the next day you wake up and we're building a new network and you guys go, what the heck just happened?
Exactly.
And now it's really starting to take off. That's one of the reasons why we wanted to put this on, is because we're launching our live stream segments now for Expert Talk and Expert Xtra. We're going to bring in guests from all over the world because we only air on traditional television one time a week, every Saturday, which means no matter how good we get, no matter how much money we make, there's only 52 of them, period. So we have to start, doing something else. We either got to add more days to traditional television, which we will, or we've got to go ahead and say, let's do Expert Extra and start streaming. So that's why we decided to do this. Now, when I decided to do this, I think Ann thought I meant I was going to interview my first streaming guest and we were going to start streaming. I think when I told her that we were doing it for 8 hours and 30 guests, she thought I had lost my mind. But I'm just going to ask you, what was your first thought when you heard, 8 hours and 30 guests?
I'm like, you have an interview in the middle of that, right?
And I went, oh, yeah. And I have to eat. And then Rhino Julie reminded me I have to go to the bathroom at some point. So we put a 3-hour block in between. But it's fun. We're having a good time. And, you guys are hanging around and coming in from time to time. And we're just giving some information about what we do. If you want to watch our shows, you can catch it at Expert Talk with Tigo. That's where the show is. You can also find information on Pod Nation from my pages or on podnationtv.com. I want to thank you guys for jumping in with me. We got Russ waiting backstage. We're going to talk about publishing and creativity and all kinds of fun stuff. This guy, every time I talk to him, he makes me look like I'm standing still. So I'm going to go grab Russ, and I'll talk to you guys a little bit later in the day. Thanks for coming to hang out.
Yep.
Sounds
Talk
good.
to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
There he is.
Hey,
Russ,
good
what's
morning.
happening?
It's a wonderful Monday morning.
Yeah. Somebody said, "Oh, it's a holiday," and I went,
It is? Yeah.
I'm like, I'm an entrepreneur. What do I know about holidays? I know absolutely nothing about a holiday. Are you in a restaurant?
No, I am in the country's first residential esports arena in Las Vegas.
Wait, what? Where are you? What? I may have you get up and give me a tour. You're where?
I am in the very first in the country residential esports arena, and it's in Las Vegas.
Okay, so what's an esports arena? Why didn't I know about it, and when can I come over?
I invited you over last week.
You did. I was working on this. Come on.
So this is an esports arena that was built by the same company that built the Luxor esports arena, but it is about 500 feet from my apartment.
Wow. And it looks like it's already set up for social distancing.
It's set up for social distancing. We've got the partitions in between. We even have some old style arcade games. We've got Pac-Man. We've got Dance Dance Revolution. We got pinball machine. We've even got it's not foosball. It's Vegas Golden Knights and San Jose Sharks foosball hockey.
Yeah, I'm coming over. I'm coming over this week. This is over this week. I'm definitely coming over. That's going to be a blast. Okay, so we got to get into, because we got completely distracted, and I don't know what your time is. If you got a few extra minutes, or we got to be done on time.
I got all the time in the world for you, girl.
Oh, awesome. Because our next guest is not coming. So you and I will dig in a little bit. Ooh. Let's talk about your history in this town, because I met you, God, 15, 20 years ago? Something like that? When did you get here?
I moved to Las Vegas. I started coming to Las Vegas regularly in 2010.
Okay, so about 10 years ago. Okay.
Like, I guess regularly in 2009, but I bought a house here in 2010, and I started commuting from Silicon Valley for about a year and a half. And then I decided, you know what? I love it here. Let's just move here.
You are a networking creative genius. I remember years ago, you told me, girl, talk to a restaurant, get them to give the meals, and then bring people over and do a networking mixer. And I thought, who does that? And you had been doing that for years by then. Where did you come up with that idea?
I've been doing events for all sorts of a long time. And this is a public area, so we have a little bit of background noise.
No, that's fine. Hey, you're in an esports arena. It should be public and it should be noise. We don't get noise anymore. Everybody's locked in a room for COVID.
I actually had to unplug.
Like me.
I actually had to unplug the Dance Dance Revolution because it was making too much noise. So yeah, it's events have been a part of my life for a very, very long time, but I've always done them for other companies and other events. And with acquiring Q Vegas magazine in 2012, I had to get into the event scene. We would do events all over town at different social places, different restaurants. And then about a year into it, I brought on my business partner, Garrett Padiani, who is actually at another event right now. He's down in LA with Reverie, which is doing a huge Queer X event for different films and getting out the vote. Last night they had J-Lo, they had Vice President Biden.
Wow.
So just a lot going on. I mean, we're doing double duty this weekend.
I hope he's interviewing people while he's down there. I'm gonna talk to him.
So yeah, we do events with the magazine. We ran Revo nightclub for a year and a half at the Mirage, and I'm also the executive director of the local LGBT Chamber of Commerce. So we do monthly lunches. We've been social distancing and doing remote events for since March. And Wednesday, we have a great opportunity for any LGBT and progressive voter in the state. We have a live Zoom with State Senator David Parks and Las Vegas Spectrum publisher Rob Schlegel, who also publishes the Nevada Impact. They're going to be going over the LGBT and progressive voter guide.
So how do they find that? How do they find more information?
Right now, they go to the Lambda Business Association page on Facebook. I just posted the information right now. It'll be up on our website later this afternoon, and it's going out in our email blast to our mailing list.
So how does a social guy like you, who, you're networking, you're out there, you know everybody in the community, how are you dealing with this thing called COVID,
I'm actually an introvert.
What?
So I'm dealing with it exceptionally well.
I've known you for 10 years and didn't know you were an introvert. Okay.
Wow. I learned a new word about 2 years ago called ambivert.
Okay.
And I believe I'm more of an ambivert because I'm an introvert by nature and an extrovert when I have to be.
That's me. That's me. As dark as it is behind me, I could be this way without this big light in front of me and just have my computers going and never leave the room until, one of the family members, usually my youngest, says, she calls me senior. And she says, I call her junior. And she says, senior, come downstairs, senior, come be social, blah, 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 because I can lock myself in a cave like that and never come out. So I totally can relate. So let's talk about your business and what you do, because you have been in the business of publishing for quite some time now, but now you're doing something new. What are you doing over there?
We're always doing something new.
I know.
So when I say I've been involved with publishing a very long time, it's been a really long time. I've been doing some sort of publishing back since the late 1980s. It's only until I bought a magazine that I understood the entire full cycle of what publishing meant. And when Facebook and Google advertising hit, we started to see a dramatic shift away from traditional advertising dollars. Google and Facebook now control 80% of all advertising dollars in the world.
Wow.
And
I did not know that.
And that has been a detriment to a lot of print publications primarily, but even television has been seeing the squeeze on their advertising revenue. So we're constantly looking at ways to reinvent ourselves and come up with new ways of getting content out to our users. When COVID hit, one of the things we've been working on was something called Q Live Stream. This is our live streaming service that we've got one show published now called Queerality, and we're looking for people to contribute, to come on, create their own shows, and we become the distribution platform for them. But the other thing that we did was we invested in our own digital press. And this has changed the entire business dynamic of how we work. In a traditional print environment, you have to print a certain number of issues in order to have enough quantity for advertisers to be interested and to satisfy your distribution. Prior to COVID, we were printing 10,000 copies a quarter and distributing those everywhere between Las Vegas, Southern California, Phoenix. We even got a few up into San Jose on occasion. With COVID hitting, advertising basically shut down. Contracts were canceled. No one wanted to advertise. And because we're a free publication that is primarily distributed in the LGBT bars, we lost our distribution as well. So even if we had advertisers that could print, there was no place to put them.
Yeah.
So we took about 4 months to really rethink everything about our business. And the number one thing that came back to us was, if we bought our own printer, we would now have complete control of the end-to-end process and reduce our overall cost, because now we're not paying a third party to print our media, we're printing it ourselves. And because we don't know what that advertising environment looks like yet, we're able to meter out and meet the distribution demands at a cost that we can afford based on advertising revenue that comes in.
But you didn't go out and buy an HP or a DeskJet printer. You're not stapling things on the printer. You have a system. Come on, man. Share the system.
This is an industrial size printer. It's about 15 feet long, and it is able to print one copy of our magazine in about 24 seconds. That is printed, scored, stapled, folded, and trimmed all in one operation.
So what does that do for your market? Are you going up against the big presses with this, or are you going after more, custom personalized type prints? What does that do for your market?
Right now, it's out. We're using it for ourselves. So we're able to print just the amount that we need to meet our distribution demands. But what's so unique about what we're able to do now is, instead of charging $1,500 for a full page ad for a 10,000 print run, we're now charging $90 for every 1,000 copies we print.
Why don't I have an ad in your magazine? Why don't I know this?
And think about what that does. Think about that dynamic. You now have the ability to purchase, as a small business owner, you can purchase a full page ad in a magazine size format for $90 and get that out to 1,000 people guaranteed, because we only print enough to satisfy immediate distribution needs. That means we have 100% pickup. So every ad you buy is going to be seen by someone.
And 100% view, because people
100% pickup. So, and that scales as you want. In fact, we're calling it Q-Life Elastic Advertising because it stretches to fit your marketing budget.
See, that's what I say. You're a marketing genius, because who would have thought of that name other than you and Gary? I mean, I could have came up with 50 names. I'd have never came up with that. So, and I know that you are also on our summit, and thank you so much for coming in for that. And we we pushed our summit back to the 16th and through the 18th of November, simply because there were so many other people doing the summits on the same day we had. And I'm actually a guest on a few of those, and I didn't want to compete with them. So I was like, let me just move out of the way and let them go, and then we'll send ours out. So ours has just moved back a little bit. But if somebody is looking to publish their own newsletter, their own magazine, as they're not in Vegas, can they still contact you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
We're still learning quite a bit about how to best utilize the printer, and we do have the capacity to take on additional work and additional publications. So if someone wants to print on our printer, we have that capability. We're still working out what the pricing looks like, what our capacity is, because we can only print so much in a 24-hour period.
Right.
We have to be very careful what we promise to our clients.
Okay.
So it's, I mean, I wouldn't mind buying a second or a third printer if things go well. But we're also, this is so cool. We're looking at, we now have the ability to purchase through our own software. We can purchase postage, and we're working on a way to wrap the magazine as it comes off the press with the shipping label that has prepaid postage on it, so that if you have a subscription model, as things come off the press, it's already stamped and addressed, and you just drop it at the post office.
So you're drop shipping as well? Are you drop shipping for your clients as well? Wow. So all I got to do is come up with the creatives and then give it to you, and done.
Yep.
What formats do you have to have it in?
Right now, the easiest format for us to deal with is InDesign.
Okay.
So we take the raw InDesign files, because there's a way that if we use InDesign, it's calibrated to the printer and can actually do all of the necessary formatting to lay out the page. Because when you really think about what a book like a magazine looks like, when you design it, you're designing page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I have a 28-page magazine, that's 7 sheets of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have 4 areas that get printed as part of the fold.
Mm-hmm.
So page 1 and page 28 are one side of one sheet of paper. Page 2 and 27 are the second side.
Yep.
So being able to use InDesign to print directly to the printer allows us to take advantage of some of what InDesign does as far as the calculation on what that does.
So as a small business or a solopreneur, an entrepreneur, they have a great idea for a magazine they've always wanted to do, and they're going, I've talked to printers. They told me I have to do X number of run in order to even get it here. I have to have so many pages. I gotta give them so much of a guarantee. I gotta do all of that. Do you have minimums and maximums?
So the reason that traditional printers have those guarantees is because they're using what's called a plating system. Mm-hmm. And there's actually a hard physical cost involved in etching the plates for the different colors for the press, because every color press has at least 4 colors: cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Mm-hmm. That means at least 4 plates per what's called a signature. And so there's a hard cost to get up and running. And to be able to do one of those is quite expensive. In fact, if I ordered 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 or 20,000 copies, those presses run so fast that there's always going to be extra printed. But there's also a period as you're starting to print where you have complete waste.
Yeah. So
your first 20, 30, 40 copies might get thrown away because they're still balancing the ink levels. And the last 100 or so might be coming off the press so fast, they just naturally run over. So that's why they have minimums and they have staggered break-even points based on paper costs. We have none of that.
Wow.
We can print 1 copy.
Wait, hold on, stop. You're telling me that if I want to create Tigo the magazine and just put all my friends in, like what I'm doing right now with this live stream, if I want to put all my friends in and just do bios of them, and I can print one.
Yep.
That okay, you and I have to talk because that's
In fact,
too much
think
fun.
about this: with COVID and so many other magazines having gone all digital during this period, their production processes haven't changed. They're still doing their InDesign layouts. They're doing their flip books. They're uploading them to their website. But what if you need an archived print version? Now we can just print one for you. Or in your case, if you wanted to do a magazine that was 30 people that have been on your different panels, you could print 30 copies and give everyone a commemorative edition.
Okay, before all you guys that are guests come on and start calling me, I'm working on it because I know they're going, yeah, Tigo, let's do that. Look.
Yeah, Tigo, let's do that. We can make a form where they can fill it out. They can buy their own postage and we'll ship it to them.
See, now and somewhere in the background going, what? We're doing what? See, you're going to get me in trouble. You're going to get me in trouble because my brain is already designing it, which brings up my next question. What if someone has a great idea? I happen to, I've been in publishing, that for 20 years or so. So I know InDesign backwards and forwards. That's easy. But what if it's someone who doesn't, that they just have a great idea of a design for a publication? Do you guys design, or would they have to outsource it to get it designed?
We are too busy to design.
Okay.
If things change over the next couple of weeks, and if stimulus packages don't improve, we may change our minds on that. But right now we've got so many projects going on. We don't do the design. We will create an InDesign template for you that we know is compatible with our printer. But in most cases, we can work with any InDesign. What I love right now is, number one, there's a lot of graphic designers out of work.
Yeah.
So if you have an idea, there's a ton of opportunity out there to find a graphic designer that is hungry and needs some additional work. When things are prosperous, it's also a great idea, if you're looking for additional resources, to contact one of the local art institutes or colleges that have graphic design programs. Student interns are wonderful at some of this, and they can also often bring some of the greatest vibrant, new, fresh ideas too.
Yeah, and they're looking for the credits so that when they go for a job, they can show projects that they actually did outside of class. Because I remember that when I was going through computer programming and went through graphics and all that kind of stuff, it was like people wanted, oh, yeah, that's your school project. But what have you done, with a company? So
Exactly.
That's a great way to do that. And then we have Sophia. She's a part of our inner circle. So if you need outsourcing, she can find you anybody that you need to get to do that job too. Now, my question I have is, one, how do they find you? And two, is it only magazines?
So the best way to reach me is russ@livepublisher.com. There's any number of other ways to reach me. You can find me on social. You can go to qlifemedia.com. You can go to qlifemedia on Facebook. You can reach Russ and Garrett any number of ways. We're pretty easy to get a hold of. We don't just do magazine printing. We're not advertising that we are doing printing. We work with another company that can do some of that other volume printing. Mm-hmm. If we're doing other types of printing than magazine or people that we know, it's typically the nonprofits that we work with.
So let's give them your website again. And yeah, if you're in Vegas and you're part of Russ's circle, or get within 100 miles of Russ's circle, you can pretty much ask anybody where you find Russ White. We all know him. He's out there. He's always networking. He's always meeting people. And what's cool is you always share. Because whenever I talk with you, whenever I see you, you always say, hey, have you talked to this person? Have you met this organization? Have you been a part of that? And you're really great at sharing. And sometimes people forget that. They're so worried that they're going to lose their contacts, and they keep everything so tightly to themselves, but you make sure that we all feel welcome at your events. And whenever you're doing anything, you say, well, let me think of what I can do or who I can bring or what we can say. So I want to thank you publicly for all that you do here in Las Vegas and across the globe, because I truly appreciate that. And I know you work hard, brother. I know you do. And you're out there all the time. So how do they find you?
QLifeMedia.com is our LGBT publication. LivePublisher.com is the software that we're building for building websites and other online publications. And the CharityGurus.com is our nonprofit that helps other nonprofits with technology, marketing, and fundraising.
I thank you, sir, for coming and hanging out a few minutes longer than we planned, but I always enjoy talking with you. And yes, I'm coming over this week because you're just having too much fun without me. Oh, you're going to show it off again.
Yeah.
Just rude and just disrespectful. But I love you, and I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Alrighty. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so coming up next, we got Greg Coakley. And this guy, I'm going to tell you that he's family, but I'm never telling him. I'm going to tell you that he knows his stuff, but I'm never telling him. See, he's family. I've known this man for 20 plus years, and he's taught me so much about entertainment, about the entertainment industry, about, even who to talk to and who not to talk to and how to manage, blah, blah, blah. But he's that insider guy. When you guys, if you know me and you ask me, how do you know that about entertainment? It's because of Greg Coakley. So if you guys sit right there, we'll be right back.
Hey, I have a quick question for you. Do you want a professional agency to handle all your video creation, syndication, and monetization needs? We totally understand that new leads and customers are the lifeblood for any business. And if you're looking to grow or scale your business, using video is definitely the best way to go. Here at Melrose 11, we specialize in getting you the results you need to help you grow your business by generating new leads, driving more traffic, and closing more sales without breaking your bank. Did you know, according to HubSpot, having a well-targeted video on your landing page can increase conversions by up to 80%? Yeah, and up to 64% of users are more likely to buy a product online after watching video than by text alone. And that 92% of mobile users share videos with others. And 90% of users say that videos are helpful in their purchase decision making. Incorporating video into your marketing and social media activity is no longer an option, it's an absolute requirement if you're looking for long-term success. Heck, it may even be essential for the very survival of a business. Here at Melrose 11, media truly is our passion. We create animated explainer videos, social teasers, catchy intros, full HD commercials, and even viewer interactive videos. So, if you're looking to elevate your brand, or attract more leads, generate more sales, increase traffic, or build up more exposure for your business, then you've definitely come to the right place. Our professional team will develop your video campaigns at an affordable price, with our fast turnaround times, and a quality of work that can't be beat. We look forward to working with you.
Greg Coakley. Hey, you, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Are you having internet issues? Please tell me you're not, because I have been looking forward to this 15 minutes.
To another router, and we shouldn't be having any problems on mine.
Yeah, but you're breaking up, and your voice is breaking up big time.
Oh boy, you know what?
On this side. So, I mean, right now you're fading in, so hopefully you'll keep fading in, and we can talk about this. So you have been in entertainment for, I don't know, 20 plus years, but in a different way. You're not a singer or a musician. How long?
Almost 40.
You old? Never mind. Okay, we won't go there. Okay, I gotta be professional. We can't be like that. You have been in entertainment apparently for almost 40 years, but not in the traditional sense of you're a musician or an artist. You're an artist in a different way. You manage artists, correct?
Yes.
But you also understand the business of music. And that's one thing that I really want to talk about, because you look at the entire industry in its collective, not just I managed artist A or artist B. You look at new technology. You're always trying to stay on the cutting edge of what's going on.
Okay.
Did you hear me?
I
Or
heard
did
you.
I lose
I
you?
heard you. No, I
Don't give me a hard time. I'm coming over there. I know where Doris is. Look at you. We on live stream. He's sitting there like I ain't talking to him. And
no, you didn't answer the question. You made a statement.
And since when has that ever stopped you? We spend 3 hours on the phone when we making a statement. Tell me
Well,
about the business of
I'm
music.
trying not to be rude, okay?
Okay, don't scare me.
It's a new thing that I'm doing is trying not to be rude.
Is COVID over? Because that would be a miracle on top of that. Okay, so tell me about the business of music.
It's funny that you asked me to tell you that because I did a long interview this morning talking about exactly this. And the business of music, today in I now refer to it as the COVID era. And the business of music today is music has become a technology industry. It's no longer a creative industry. It's creative technology. And fortunately or unfortunately, a lot of people don't get that. A lot of especially the artists that I deal with, mostly the ones that I kind of grew up in the industry with, they still look at music as this creative thing where, during COVID, they're making music because they got to get their music out and stuff like that, and not realizing that your music isn't going anywhere right now because no one's going anywhere. But there are other things that you can do.
Ooh, okay. So with that statement going on, are you talking, what about the purists? We're going to go there first. What about the people, the traditional, the legends? Because you know tons of
Those
them.
are the ones that have the biggest problem.
Okay.
Because what happened with these legends is they were brought into the music industry as purists, and they have great ears and great talent, and it's all about the music. But unfortunately today, it's not really all about the music anymore.
What's it about?
It really, in all honesty, it's about the fans.
Okay.
It really is about the fans, especially when you talk about these legends that we're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Newsflash, and it's going to sound rude, but it's the truth. Nobody cares about your new music.
Ooh.
Your old music made babies, caused marriages and divorces. People have named their children after you.
True. This is true.
Something, and you name the first artist that pops in your head. Most of the time, it's these artists when you name something. You go Romeo. Right, exactly. Cheating. Oh, Betty Wright. That's what these people have lashed themselves onto. And the unfortunate thing is the kids that may not know your music don't really care.
Right.
So if you do a new project in hopes to get some 20-some-year-old to run out and buy your project, good luck with that. Because if you do, it's not going to be a lot, and they're not going to become a raving fan. But a lot of them, literally, I was talking this morning about a client that I'm working with, literally has billions of hits on YouTube, billions of eyeballs, billions of views on YouTube. But he's trying to work TikTok.
Why?
Because it's the new thing.
Wait, he has billions of views on YouTube.
Yes.
Which is just a pot of gold sitting at his feet.
Yes.
And he's trying to learn TikTok so he can do 15-second commercials dancing with a squirrel? Because
it's what's hot. And he thinks that what's hot is what's going to make him,
oh no, I can't lose ya. I can't lose ya. And I know it's you because I can see other people moving that are in the backstage. So I know it's your internet. Greg, we're gonna wait for you. Yeah, welcome to entertainment.
I hate Spectrum.
Huh?
This is why I hate Spectrum.
Yeah, well, okay.
But anyway, getting back to that, yes, he has millions of views on YouTube, and he's trying to get TikTok because TikTok is the hottest thing. And the unfortunate thing is, you have to remember this. A lot of these artists, when they were brought into the industry, they were taught that all you have to do is be a creative. So
Right.
and you create great music and we'll take care of the rest. But the unfortunate thing about these legends that we're talking about, they don't have labels anymore. And if they do have labels anymore, they're relegated to some shelf somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because even the labels know nobody wants your new music. And if they're gonna, if they are going to, let me think of a nice word, indulge you,
okay,
with your new project, they're going to put very little emphasis on it because they already know where it's going. And guess what? They own a large majority of your catalog, so they're making money if you go sleep. They're making money off of that. So they don't really need your new music. You know, so therefore you don't get the support that you used to get, where you had a marketing manager and you had these people that were pushing you, radio promoters and all that. You don't have that anymore. So therefore they don't know how to go out there and leverage.
Yep, there goes his internet again. I'm gonna have him do this on his phone next time, because his internet is terrible. Oh, Greg, I'm watching you just sit still. Let's hope you come back. Otherwise, log in from your phone, man, if you can hear me, because your house internet is gone. There you go. Welcome back.
This is why I'd rather do video than live, and then just recast the video, because this is ridiculous. But anyway, I don't know where you lost me.
But I mean, you were just literally talking about what people are doing, in the industry that are legends. And that's what we were talking about. They're not taking advantage of their market. They're not taking advantage of their views and how to do that. Because we got kids, that are 20 years old that couldn't, beat a drum that's a cardboard box or a pot in their kitchen that have 1 million views.
Yeah.
And they're driving sports cars. How do we get these legends to see the value in what it is you can offer?
Well, this is one of the things that I do, and it's very interesting, because it's kind of like dragging them kicking and screaming to do this, because somewhere in the back of their mind, they're saying, it's going to go wrong, and I don't know, the boogeyman's going to come get them or something. I don't know what they think, but they're always trying to have other people. I have a legend friend of mine that, believe it or not, has his 20-some-odd-year daughter running his social media, because she's always on social media. She has to know what she's doing. And of course, she's doing it, but she's sharing it with her 20-something friends, and they're looking at it going, who's that old guy? Oh, that's your dad.
Not his market. Yeah, not his market.
And she doesn't understand the marketing end of it, so she's doing the best that she could. And what I try to do is I try to get artists to understand that it's not that complicated, but you can't do it. Just like you put it in the hands of your label to handle your marketing, you need to find a company that knows marketing, that knows social media, that knows how to do these things, and let them handle it for you. You can still be the creative, though. Go ahead and make the new music if you want. That makes you happy. Make the new music, but give an expert the opportunity to leverage the music that you already have, that a million people, especially during COVID, these people are sitting home playing YouTube, playing Amazon Music, Spotify. They are playing all of your songs. You're on playlists that are unbelievable. Your true fans are sitting at home listening, watching videos, reminiscing, maybe trying to make babies again. Your true friends are sitting there just remember. I mean, basically, at this point, most of these Legends fans are living off of their memories, and they're great memories. I know I have them for myself. I have them.
You can't go to the bank with a memory. That doesn't work.
I know that. But what you can do is leverage that memory.
True.
You can leverage that memory. What we're doing right now. I have a client. Unfortunately, they're in Asia. They're not here, but they do things like what we're doing right now with their fans. They have a VIP fan group that pays a monthly subscription, and then what she does is she gets online once She doesn't have much to do. So she get online maybe once or twice a month. And the fans come in and they ask her all kinds of questions. They want to share things with her. Here's my baby. I named her after you. She's 20-something years old now, but I named her after you. All these types of things like that. And people are literally paying just to be online like we are and talk to their fans to their favorite artists for a couple of minutes.
Okay, so let's talk on the other end of the spectrum. And the other end of the spectrum would be young artists who have never toured, who have never been on the road. They've never done that. They became YouTube phenoms and got 1 million followers, 2 million followers. Are they building a solid foundation of a business? Or when the next trend comes along and people don't care about their creativity of their version of music, are they gone and always forgotten? Because the legends, you've already said it, we remember them forever. I've been a Patty fan for 30 plus years. So what about the young artists that are thinking, I don't need to do any of the traditional stuff. I can just do YouTube and be rich for the rest of my life?
Well, some of them are right. Honestly, some of them are right. What happens with a lot of these younger artists that are doing that is the business end. They're having fun and they're making tons of money. So they're doing videos, creating new music, getting on the streaming sites, and their money is flowing in like crazy. But there's a limited amount of them that think long term.
True.
A limited amount. And the ones that are thinking long term, there's a kid from LA and stuff that he's a YouTube phenomenal. He's a rapper, YouTube phenomenal, and he's leveraging his money into business. He's investing in different things, and he's even investing in other artists and bringing them along.
Well, see, that's a rarity because usually they're just spending money. They're not
Right.
thinking about investment. They're not thinking about the future. They're just thinking that the pot will never end.
Right.
And then it ends and they end up, working at McDonald's or something. Let's talk about what's going to happen when these doors finally open. I mean, I've seen schematics where major arenas are literally taking seats out because they're going to stay in some kind of formation of social distancing, even after the bell is rung and we're told everything is safe. What do you think is going to happen? I know that I don't believe they're going on tour anytime soon. What's your belief of what's going to happen? And is it going to be like it was before?
Never going to be like it was before.
Okay.
For anyone who's looking to return.
Uh-oh, lost him again. He'll be back. Yeah, this is what happens when you do live stream and you have a middle of the day connection because you lose your connections.
Right. Am I back now?
You are back now. So you said never going to be like it was before.
It's never going to be like it was before. I am on conference calls, meetups every day of the week, talking to promoters, talking to different people in the music industry. And literally everybody's trying to figure it out. And right now it's the best guess. But the average that I'm hearing is at least a year. At least a year before any sort of live music is going to return. And then there's a whole adjustment period that's going to have to happen after that year. I mean, I mentioned this to you before, but it's like I talked to the support.
Oh, he was on a roll too. He talked to support, and that's where it cut him off. Let's see if we can't get him back. You're almost back. I can hear your voice coming in, so that means you're coming back. You said you talked to support and you went away.
I talk to people and I ask them all the time, are you going to get on a tour bus with 12 other people and drive around America? First off, I don't even know if the law is going to allow it to happen. Mm-hmm. But I don't know too many people that are willing to do that. I didn't want to do it when I was on the road and there was no COVID.
Right.
But that's going to be a challenge. Like you said, venues are removing seats. They're going to downsize. And what happens with downsizing is when it comes to a concert, you have two options. Lower ticket price, lots of tickets sold, or high ticket price, few tickets sold.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So how do they get in touch with you? Because we're running out of time and I know you got a humongously busy schedule. So how did you freeze again as I'm talking to myself? Y'all just gonna let me sit here and talk to myself? He's back. How do they get in touch with you?
The best way to get in touch with me is email, greg@gregcoakley.com.
Yeah, but your email talks to people. No, that's your voicemail that talks to people. That's your voicemail.
My voicemail actually will talk to you, and unfortunately, I don't know the number by heart offhand right now. I actually got a new number recently, but if you send me an email, I'll respond to the email. You can actually go to
GregCoakley.com. I want to thank you for coming on. I'm sorry?
You can go to my website, gregcoakley.com.
GregCoakley.com. I want to thank you for coming on. I know you hate doing live. I know you like going to tape first. And I told you I was doing this and you said, yeah, maybe. And you came on in and I appreciate that. But I want to thank you for coming on in and hanging out. You are in the summit with us. You do come in and you really share, going deep on business and in the entertainment industry and everything that's going on with this trend. So I thank you so much for always supporting. I thank you for always being there. I'm trying to be nice and not be rude.
That's a rarity, but okay, thanks.
I talk to you soon, brother.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Hi, are you a business owner, an entrepreneur, or starting your own business and wish you had an opportunity to sit down with an expert in your field? Well, check your local listings and watch Expert Talk with Tigo. I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you very soon. We got Andrew T. Brown Sr., but we just call him Drew. Hey, Drew, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, Lady T. How are you?
I am good. I am good. I am good. Now, this young man right here, he specializes. He's in entertainment as well. He's talked with some of the legends and worked with some of the legends. We'll get into that. But he's who makes them all sound good. His specialty is the sound. I don't care how talented you are. You're in an arena with 10,000 people. You don't have somebody like Drew in your corner. You're going to be doing a lot of refunds because they can't hear you in the back.
We got one of the most important buttons in the house. We can hit mute and unmute.
Ooh, yeah, let's not get on his bad side. This man said I could just hit mute and it'll be over. Y'all can do whatever. Let's talk about your history because you're also a musician.
Yes.
You know. So let's talk about the fact that you started as a musician. I mean, your family is musical, right?
Yes. It started as a drummer, still play some drums, especially on some tracks and things. And started out with drums, of course, in high school, in the church, and then morphed into clubs and playing on tour and things like that. So drummer by trade, then morphed over into the sound. Just people always had me do sound, even when I was doing drums. They'd set the mixer back there with me and say, Drew, do it. And this is back when you had to do the club thing. And, before you had the big systems and stuff, of course, I do front of house and everything too,
Wait a minute. Hold on. Back up. You are drumming. And when you're drumming, it's loud. I mean, usually they put a cage of glass in front of you guys because you're just that loud depending on the venue that you're in, correct?
Yes.
And then, but you're controlling the sound. So how do you do that when you're being muffled out by your own drums? Come on.
Well, it's interesting, of course, coming through a lot of my playing with live and things like that in clubs was in the 70s. Okay. So everything was loud. When the drummer stuck it back, he's got a big stack of bass next to him and a big stack of guitars. You're stuck in between with drums, of course, too. And interesting enough, of course, you can't really pull that off in a big arena, you know what I mean? But club things, and this is where you perfect some things too. I had to use the effect of having a mixer next to me and how I would listen to how it would bounce off the walls of the club of where I was at. And you're trying to get in a variance of what's going on, if you could hear certain things coming back at you. So it's an expertise. You learn dynamics. So I listen to some drummers, some people that just come out and they just, just going all crazy and stuff like that. When you're working with vocalists and things like that and groups, you have to learn dynamics. You have to learn that type of thing and break it down, and, coming through the thing of the, shy lights and my in-laws, the barges and things like that. You have people with soft voices. You have to be respectful for that on stage,
Mm-hmm.
I learned something when I played at the Hollywood Bowl with the Symphonic, LA Symphonic, I think it was. And I had a trap set, and they weren't used to having that on the stage. At the Hollywood Bowl, it's all like acoustic,
Mm-hmm.
and so they're used to all of their symphony stuff there. And I was in there with a choir, Zumba Meta, and all that stuff like that. And so they set my set in there next to the harps and all these different people, and they're looking at me like, hey, I hope you ain't gonna be banging that thing loud. You know what I mean? That's the way they were coming off. But because I learned texture in the church, and things like that, it made it fit in.
Wait a minute now. I know nobody stepped to you because you my brother from Chicago, and we don't play that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish somebody would. See, y'all gonna make me get on my soapbox. I get on my soapbox a couple of times a day, and don't be stepping to my brother like that.
They tried. They tried.
They tried, right? You got that South Side look. And they said, never mind, brother, it's all right. It's all right. Let's talk about modern, current technology. There's all these machines that make all this quote unquote music. Now, before all you musicians write me, because I'm pretty sure Eddie's probably watching out there going, what? I'm just asking the question. Give me a minute. What talent is needed with all this technology? Because I'm listening to some things on the internet. I'm listening to some tracks of music that is new, and they've got everything at their fingertip.
Yes.
And it doesn't sound as good as literally an album from 1975.
Yes.
So what's going on? Are they leaning on technology too much and not learning the skill? Because they need both, don't they?
Yes, you definitely need both. And yes on all those ones that you were referring to. But it's all about learning. Okay, it's about understanding it. Okay, because I came out of the analog world where my paycheck came from how I could cut tape. You know what I mean? Like we were working with tape in studio, and of course that's analog, just like a record is analog too, and like tubes and all that other stuff. So we came out of that world, but like the thing that one of the most important things I think that's a hindrance is that if you're taking out of school, you're taking out music classes, okay? Because at least in those music classes, it taught a person what an instrument or a vocal really sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So if my band teacher took me and set me in front of each instrument, so I could hear that sound and know what an oboe sounds like, what a cello sounds like, what a drum, you know what I mean? And all these different things, horns and things like that. The young people have samples, okay? We're in the digital world, okay? And that's somebody taking a picture of something, you know what I mean? Just like you say, okay, let me get a Polaroid picture. Now a digital picture, and that's what they're using. But they don't understand. Well, I shouldn't say all of them because I hate generalizing people. Because working with people like DJ Quick and some other folks, when they studied sound, they respected their elders too. They listened to what we were saying on things and applied it. Where a lot of these other guys are just getting straight up just sounds from online and things like that. And so, do you really know what a guitar really sounds like? or piano, how it's tuned and things like that. So they're missing that part, which all that was with albums and with amps and tubes and things like that. You're getting the algorithms and all stuff like that. But we're in a digital world where you got zeros and ones.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's all zeros and ones.
And it's calculating all the time.
Yep.
And we can tell it. A good sound guy can tell the difference between an MP3 and a wave. You know what I mean? Because a wave is giving you more. It's trying to give you more, but everybody says, "Oh, well, I want the convenience," because when you get more, it takes up more space.
Exactly.
So they say, "Okay, well, let's cram it down. We'll take out the importance, some of the not important frequencies." Then you find out those frequencies were important.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's affecting the sound.
Yeah.
So it's it's redundant. So yeah, that's how we've transferred it in this world. My studio here, my room, it's like a hybrid studio. I still keep, I have a tape machine, rarely used, but I got, a lot of digital stuff, but I have a lot of analog things too, like real drums, things like that. And I have, electronic drums and everything too. So I respect both worlds. And I wish that more people would teach young people that, the importance of knowing what a sound is. It's okay if you sample it. It's okay if you take a picture of it, but know what that thing sounds like.
They've taken music pretty much out of the schools.
Yes.
So there's no opportunity to go down the same path you did. Plus technology, everybody is going for convenience versus actual learning the skill levels. So if somebody really wants to learn this, they're like, no, I don't want to do it the easy way. I want to truly learn to master sound. How do they go about doing that now?
Well, of course, a lot of times, I guess my on-the-job training, as you would call it, I didn't go to like some of these studio schools, that they had. Mine was actually working with artists in the studio, on-the-job training. You know what I mean? And of course, applying, like I said, what I learned in when I was younger, listening to instruments and stuff. So studios are still open. We got a lot of them closing because of course, COVID has put a damper on things, but it was on a downward spin before the thing happened because, people are going so much digital now and they're able to do it in their house and things like that and putting it out like that. So, I think that if I'm actually trying to set up some things on my site. I'm looking at this, and I'm glad you brought that up, where I would have some of that type of training.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's what they need is a legend like you, to be able to teach courses like that because you can't find it. I mean, I do some things that people ask me, how'd you do that? How'd you do this? And it's like, I have to teach you because there's no classes out there for that. Yeah. And now, budgets are being cut everywhere. Everybody's restructuring. They're using that word I cannot stand, pivot. And they're getting things kind of lost. And because of technology, you and I are a yin and yang. I'm all about the video and the media.
Yes.
You're all about the sound. Yes. And if, it doesn't matter how clear my face is or how great the video is. If the ding dang thing is quiet or got static in it, y'all not watching it. It's just the way it is. That's you gotta understand sound, and you're in our summit as well, and I'm so happy for that. We get way into your history because you've worked with people like Gladys Knight. You've worked with Switch. We got to talk about Eddie. You dropped that your in-laws out of DeBarges. Yeah. You have been out there for a minute or two, doing what it is that you do, and we're gonna get way into how to apply, sound practices, pun intended, for even your business videos.
Yes.
For what we're doing right now in the summit and beyond. How do they find you, Drew? How do they get in touch with you?
Well, the best way to get a hold of me is go to my website, brownsoundent.com. That's for brownsoundentertainment.com. And you can see my, I have my email addresses there, my phone number and things like that. So, if you go to that, and I am actually going to be adding more to that, like we're talking about for training and things like that, to help people out, and you know what, I wanted to rewind a little bit too, when you were talking about the video part of it, because, I've worked with some, TV shows that did inserts for the last part of Different World and Time to Kill, had some stuff on that, and House Party and all that stuff like that. So as a sound person, that you have to work neck and neck with video at all times. You have to, because both of them work together. If you got a video and you got no sound, you're in trouble. Or if you got sound and somebody's saying, well, look at this and blah, 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 you got no video. So they both have to marry, and, with our SMPTE and things that we've done like that, and the way we align stuff, that's why it's important to have both of those together. When I go to, like, of course, I go to NAMM shows, but I went to some NAB shows, and just the video stuff that's just unbelievable, 8K, and things I've seen with video that I couldn't believe it. I'm watching it with my eyes, and they're showing you what they're really doing. That's going the thing. You're going, man, what you see is not what it really is. We're in a virtual world where they can change the whole thing.
Exactly.
And sound is the same way. Sound is exactly the same way. So, I think if more people, young people, learn what the sound is, it's okay electronically that you sticking it in places and doing it to help people, because that's all part of our convenience coming around. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
So,
I totally understand what you're saying. So let's give them your website, because I know you got to get out of here.
Yes.
And I thank you for your 15 minutes of fame, because I needed this, man. I need people to understand sound. Plus, you're my brother from Chicago, and we got to stick together. How do they find you again?
Yes, you can find me at www.brownsoundent.com. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. You are a part of our summit, and you're definitely a part of our inner circle. I thank you for your time, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. See you later, T. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. You too. Okay, we made it. That's the first half of the show. Believe it or not, 4 hours, and I called it the first half. We actually made it through the first half. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back at 3 p.m. Pacific, and we got a whole new list of experts coming, real estate, millionaire people. You don't want to miss this. Myron Golden's coming, and I'm sure he's going to have some words for Alan about this golf thing. So you guys meet me right here at 3 p.m. Pacific. We'll be right back here, and I'll talk to you real soon.